All right, now called to order the special, well, it's not a special meeting, the regular meeting for Downtown Community Task Force for February 16, 2023. Leslie, please call roll.
Thank you. Member Thompson?
Here.
Member Ondersek?
Here.
Member Mayer?
Here.
Member Von Huen?
Here.
Member Vargas Smith?
Here.
Member Reed?
Member Reed just sent an email asking to be here 15 minutes late.
Okay. Member Reed is requested to be 15 minutes late. All right, thank you. Member Coyne?
Here.
Member Tai, she also emailed that she would not be attending this evening. And then Member Varjane.
Here.
So we have one late, one absent.
And Member Varjani, you need to leave at 7, correct? Okay, so we should roll that into the same. Perfect. All right, is there a motion to excuse Member Varjani at 7 p.m., Member Tai from the meeting, and 15 to 20 minutes for Matt? So moved.
Second.
All right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, say no. All right, the ayes carry. All 3 members are excused. All right. Leslie, please read the DCTF meeting procedures into the record.
Thank you. Meetings are conducted by the chair in accordance with the following procedures. The chair of the DCTF directs all activity during the meeting. Any item on this agenda may be continued to a subsequent meeting. Special procedures, time limits may be applied to any items as prescribed by the chair. Copies of the current agenda and staff reports for each of the items on the agenda are available online on the Downtown Precise Plan website as well as on the City Clerk's website.
Thank you, Leslie. We'll move to the consent calendar.
We have no items on our consent calendar this evening.
All right. Move to general business.
The first item we have on our agenda is reuse of the building located at 900 Lafayette Street within the Downtown Precise Plan boundary, and we have Manuel Pineda here to give you a short presentation.
Thank you, Leslie. Thank you, Adam. Let me share screen. It's the first time I share my screen well in council chambers, so hopefully it all goes perfect. There we go. Oh, and I can even check on the screens up there to make sure it's working, so that works. Once again, thank you. My name is Manuel Pineda. I'm the Chief Electric Utility Officer for Silicon Valley Power and also an Assistant City Manager for the city. I wanted to have a short presentation for you today on an item I briefly discussed with the City Council a couple of weeks ago. I had one slide of about a 14-slide presentation. This was one slide about the possible reuse of 900 Lafayette Street as part of Silicon Valley Power. And as part of that discussion with the council, the key part of it was coming back and coming to the task force as the next step. So before I get into that, I just wanted to touch base on kind of where we're at and where we'll have to go next with the city property. And just a brief overview in the Surplus Land Act and what the next steps will be. So we discussed a lot of this before, but I thought it was important to just talk about it to provide context to 900 Lafayette as well. From a Surplus Land Act perspective, the precise plan must be approved first before we do anything else. And we talked about that at length at a previous meeting, kind of why we needed to do that. Once the precise plan is approved, we can go to council for their consideration to determine if they want to declare the city property as surplus land, which is the first step in the required process to ultimately do something with the property. After that, we would send out a notice of availability for affordable housing providers, schools, and other entities that would have the opportunity to submit a letter of interest to the city. That's a 60-day process minimum, but typically will take about 3 months between, after the council getting the notices out, making sure everything's right, waiting for the notices to come in, if there are any. Sometimes there are, sometimes there aren't, so we would have to wait and see. If the city does receive responses to the NOA, and somebody submits a notice of interest or a letter of interest, then we have a minimum 90-day negotiation process with those entities. And I like to say a minimum because typically that's a minimum to response. If there is an offer in place, then we have to negotiate in good faith. So 90 days is the minimum, good faith negotiation is what's required. There are specific requirements on whether the city would accept and reject any offers. Not what we're here to talk about today, but that gives you a context as to kind of where we're at. If there are no offers, right? If there are no offers, at that point, or if the city decides to not accept an offer, at that point, the city will be able to release a request for proposals. And I'm saying RFP here, could be a different format that might make more sense for this property, but RFP encompasses many things that we can do to sale or lease of the property. And the next steps on that would be to draft and advertise the RFP. Then there's a selection of the appropriate developer, right? Once you select the developer you're comfortable with, there will be developer negotiations. And then ultimately, you develop all those contracts, and then the contracts go for council consideration. I think at a minimum, the process will require about a year plus, and it all really depends on the negotiations. You can see on the right, the picture I provided that shows in blue the city property, that's phase one. We also have the future city street, and as well as other property that's not part of the city property. After all the contracts are finalized by council, and of course, we'll make sure we put timelines in there and requirements and everything else, very complex. I expect it to be a complex process. At that point, the developer will be able to move forward with any planning and building permits that are required. So that's just kind of what will be the process as it relates to that phase one city property that we discussed in the past. So from the precise plan perspective, there's really two blocks, and you know this well, but I kind of want to go through it real quick for the audience. We have the Block A and the Block B bonus development, and the numbers I put in this slide show what the bonus development would allow. So for Block A, 181 residential units, about 40,000 plus retail, 82,500 in office hotel. And focusing on B, right, because that's where 900 Lafayette's at, that has about 134 residential units, a little bit over 30,000 square feet of retail, and then 82,700 of office hotel, as well as we all know, a parking garage as well. So that's kind of on that Block B. So talking about that Block B, that is where 900 Lafayette Street's at, and that's kind of what I wanted to talk about with you today. So just so you know, SVP staff, and we have staff all over the place, right? We have staff at the yard, we have staff at our power plants, but most of what I'll call the office staff are located not here at City Hall. We left this space a few years back, about 3 years ago now. We're located at 801 Martin Avenue. So we lease space at that location. And the lease expires in October of 2025. And one question that's come up, especially I think some of you know, just because of some of the other work I'm doing, that I have been doing real estate for the city for the last 8 months or so in the interim. One question that came up as I started thinking about is, would it be a feasibility or an option or an opportunity for SVP to relocate to 900 Lafayette? What I discussed with the council on February 7th, which I mentioned early as part of our quarterly report, that's what I'm saying, it was just one slide out of many things I discussed with them, was that we wanted to discuss and maybe explore what the feasibility would be and cost would be. And typically, as my dad always say, you can almost, he's a civil engineer, you can do anything if you have enough time and money, but the question is, could it be done at the right cost, and would it work for SVP and the SVP needs? There was no action requested at the council meeting, just an informational item to know that we were going to go and talk to you next as the next point. So a downtown task force discussion. From our previous analysis, when we were looking at building a SVP water and sewer building, which we call the utility building as part of the overall campus, that looked at about a 90,000 square foot was what the needs would be. That included staff, as well as other things that we would need just for a utility type building. So that aligned fairly well with the size of this building, which is also 90,000 square feet or so. So what staff would like to do is we would like to explore whether 900 Lafayette Street would work for SVP uses in the long term. And that's the conversation we want to have today. I want to note that we're not advocating for this to do this. We're just looking at it as a possible opportunity, but certainly we want to make sure we have a conversation with you, the task force, and see how that would fit into the context of the precise plan. The city does own this building. I am kind of helping we have a staff person and a property manager manage the building. And I'll tell you right now, the same thing I told the council, that the city's not staffed for long-term lease management. We have about 40 tenants in this building, so we have about 40 different leases, and we're just not set up that way. So long-term, something will need to occur one way or the other. In addition to that, major capital improvements are needed. I know, just from kind of the issues that we're dealing with on a regular basis, things like water, water lines, roofing, HVAC, all that stuff will need to be upgraded at some point. And of course, last bullet point, because I want to emphasize that one, is the downtown precise plan, right? So these are just the base stuff about the building, how we lease it, how we long-term, what we do with it, all the money that's needed to improve it. But could something like this really fit within the vision of the precise plan? And is that something worth exploring? So as I mentioned earlier, it does align from a square footage perspective, right, which is probably the easiest thing. Which I think the precise plan called for about 82,000 square foot building. This is about a 90,000 square foot building, so it's about the same size of what we would have to build, but what the precise plan calls for building at this point. And in addition to that, with SVP, next to this building, I think that's where a parking garage is envisioned. So with SVP and the city involved, could there be an opportunity to partner in a future parking structure as well, if part of that acreage stayed within the city? So what staff is proposing to do is to do an SOQ, Statement of Qualifications, and that's probably the most basic one, because really we want to ask the consultants, select somebody who's qualified, and then help us develop the scope, because we can't say exactly everything we need to look at. So it's picking the most qualified engineering firm and architectural firm to help us do the study. We know we want them to look at structural, roofing, electrical, HVAC, plumbing, all the boring stuff that I'm focused on, but one of the key things, because it's going to drive a lot of what the cost would be if we wanted to keep the building long-term. One of the things that's important to me as well is I'd like for any firm that we select, if we go forward with this, to look at some architectural elements. I know there's concerns about the architecture of the building, and how that would fit long-term. And of course, we would be very interested to see if the building could be made a little bit more environmental, aligning with today's goals than when it was built, 45 years ago. Lastly, I know from a precise plan alignment, I know the first floor is very important, and I would like to take a close look at that to see if there's options to convert that first floor to non-office space, to more active uses, and really have the consultant help me to determine what's really realistic for those active uses to be within that first floor space. So the SOQ would be for feasibility and cost only, very high level. I'm just trying to get some numbers to see if it makes sense and the amount of work that it would do and how that fits within the life of the building. And of course, architecturally, from the precise plan, could it fit within the ultimate vision? And our next step would be to draft and release that SOQ. But certainly that's why I'm here today, to have that conversation. I think from a council perspective, obviously it was just a discussion. I think they were very interested to understand what the task force would say. And I didn't hear any significant concerns just from a procedural standpoint to kind of proceed and just do the next step. So that concludes my presentation. And it's nice to see you all in person again. You get a different feel being able to see all of you at the same time while I'm presenting, so I appreciate that. And I'm, of course, available for questions or any additional information you might need.
Thank you, Manuel. Are there any questions from the task force? Go ahead, Tisha.
So Manuel, actually, I have a question going back to the Surplus Land Act. If we get anyone interested through the notification period, will they be bound to follow the precise plan and form-based code?
So we did have a conversation, and Rena and Leslie were both with me, so they'll jump in and correct me if my recollection is not accurate. We did have a meeting with our outside attorneys who help us with the Surplus Land Act, and basically and I think we talked a little bit about this before, is we have to make sure the precise plan is approved first, so council needs to consider for approval. Once it's a fully approved document, and as part of the Surplus Land Act, we can let them know that they have to meet the approved document. If we released it beforehand, and if we went through the process beforehand, it was not approved, we cannot do that. But if it's approved, we can put that as a condition of the Surplus Land Act. And of course, there's always a process to that, but yes, we can when we start the process.
Thank you. And coming back to 900, it's a very exciting proposal. Thank you for working on it.
Anyone else from which?
I have two quick. Manuel, with this, again, with adding to the Surplus Land Act, that would remove a certain amount of square footage from the surplus land that we would be proposing if it got to a developer, correct?
Yes.
There would be less property. Does that make it less likely that a developer would want to come in and develop that amount of property? So I guess my question is, how valuable is that property for moving the surplus land piece to a developer?
So from a surplus, so from a surplus land perspective, really, if we're keeping a piece of the property for city uses, we would just not include that piece because obviously we can't surplus it. We're determining a use for it. So that would keep that piece separate. There's probably some options I have to explore as well as, whether certain other things can fit within city uses depending on how they're designated. So that's what we would look at. For the rest of it, right, obviously, we would go to the Surplus Land Act process and we would have our requirements, and they would have to meet those. The only thing I would say is, and kind of one of the key things for me is that when we look at Block B, we are proposing an 82,000 square foot building already, and this is a 90,000 square foot building. And so at least from a square footage space, aligns with the vision that's been set. If we do decide to go to this process and it's feasible and we want to consider it, and we actually, after the Surplus Land Act, and we go through a developer, we would just put in that, the developer package, that we would like to keep the building there. You could even do options, if they have different perspectives on keeping the building, or if they would take that down knowing that they have to build another building that's 82,000 square feet. So we could have those conversations.
And then just to share a comment statement. If this project were to go through, would the city look at this as the kickoff for the development of the new downtown? Or is this just a renovation of a building? Because I think we are all talking about needing that catalyst to make sure the downtown develops. But more importantly, we hear it all the time is this going to be another failed plan that's never going to get a shovel in the ground? So the opportunity, if this were to go through, to use this as a marketing tool to say we've started the development of the new downtown could be quite valuable to the project.
And, and obviously I can't speak for the city yet, but I would say from my perspective is that, yeah, I mean, that's one of the reasons looking at the architectural and the first floor uses would be very important to see how that would align. And certainly I think if we can go from, we're about, gosh, and don't quote me on these numbers, I have to go back and check, we're about 60% full right now. This would probably bring us to almost fully occupying the building. And of course, looking at the first floor uses. So certainly you would have that activity there that you currently don't have.
Thank you.
Sorry. Thanks, Leslie. Just a recommendation. It might be good to involve some office leasing brokerage as part of the SOQ too, so they can help us figure out the rent versus renovation and TIs, they do that every day, just from the broader feasibility perspective of, I work on some projects with CBRE to do similar math, and it helps.
And just, we are leasing the building now, so we know how much, we can get for the existing building. I think the big question for us is there's a lot of capital infrastructure that needs to be upgraded. Needs a new roof, new HVAC, new electrical, new plumbing, a lot of deferred maintenance. So it really comes down to what the cost would be to do that, and if it would be, it would make sense for a long-term commitment to the building compared to the expenditure of funds. The leasing, under the current scenario, we have about 40 tenants, so we know how much we're getting for square foot.
Thanks, Manuel. So I had on 801, what's the current square footage? Oh, I'm sorry. On 801 Martin, what's the current square footage? Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Yeah, I don't know if they can pick you. I can hear you. I don't know if they can pick you up over there, but Dan, I don't remember the exact number. It's much less than what we needed here. There's two elements when we did the analysis for this building. It was not just SVP, but also water and sewer. That's why we looked at the utility, called it a utilities building. And we also had a need for other things that included things like our control center. We were going to have a backup control center. We were also doing a few other things. And at the time, because we were doing it next to this building, we were also kind of combining conference rooms and a few things. So I think there'll probably be some more square footage. That was 90,000. The overall future need is probably a little less than that, but it's in that range. But I can get the number of Martin Avenue. I have a number in my head. I just don't think it's accurate, so I want to make sure I get it, the right number.
Fine. Okay, and this and 900's what, 90,000 square?
It's about 90,000 square feet, yeah. I'll say about. I got to go back and,
And then initial, like, okay, let's say it happens, parking, how do you see that?
I don't want to go that far ahead on the process, right? What I'm here to talk to the task force today, if there's like any significant concerns or issues, or how you might be concerned about the building staying or the vision, how that would affect it. Always, I try to like take it a step at a time. So my first step would be the SOQ and see if it's even feasible. I think if it is feasible and it makes financial sense, as we're talking about, then certainly with the city being at that location, there's different options for the parking than if it's just a private entity. I think that's probably jumping too many steps ahead. But obviously, if there's support for the SOQ, right, if there's no significant, I didn't have any significant concerns from the city council, if there's no significant concerns coming out of here, just exploring it, that would kind of feed information into the process. And parking would be like later on. Let's see if it's even feasible first.
And lastly, current zoning with density bonus, I think somebody mentioned 80,000 square feet?
So this is what I have, and Leslie can correct me, but for the bonus development, those are the numbers I have on screen. That's what you have for each block. And I think I said parcel initially. I meant to say block. I apologize. It's not parcel. Block A and Block B.
I lied. Lastly, so as far as the I always do. Retail, you will follow the precise plan on the retail, or attempt to do so on the first floor.
Yeah, what I'm looking at doing is, and I don't know if it's feasible or not, right? That's an older building, and certainly retail is different than office, and certainly if you're looking at, say, things like restaurants, things get more complicated and so on. So yeah, so we would look at the third bullet point here on the SOQ is first floor options. I would ask the engineering architectural firm to look at the precise plan and see if they can align the first floor with the vision of the precise plan. And I, think it'll be difficult and expensive, but I think I'll have the firm tell me how it can be done and if it can be done.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Do you know what the floor to ceiling heights are in the current building?
Off the top of my head, I don't.
Okay.
No.
I'm all for rehabbing building. That's what I do a lot, and I sometimes think that's more sustainable than, or more sensitive to the environment than tearing things down. But my concern is that if let's say we get a master developer involved, and this ends up being kind of like a little thorn in the side of the whole master plan, that's a big concern of mine, and we won't know that for a while until we do RFPs and everything else. And we have two parcels to start with, and this is obviously one of them. So you take one away, well, that's 50%. How enticing or exciting is it going to be, or is it going to be practical for a developer to come in? I just don't want to I don't want to have a big miss here. We've already had a lot of big misses in the city, so I get it from an accounting perspective, it adds up, but I have serious concerns that we do something now and it could really, sort of strap us in the hands there.
So just to give you a perspective on that, those are, the very, very valid concerns, and I don't know if it works from an accounting perspective, right? I actually have to
Numbers.
Yeah, numbers.
90,000,
Yeah, I'm thinking
Yeah.
financial, right? But I don't know
Yeah.
that. So, but they're definitely from a square foot perspective, it works. I agree with you, and I have that same concern as well, right? Because you might get a developer who says that building a new building for their needs might be better long term. Just to give you a perspective on the timeline, if I said if the council seemed comfortable with exploring, but obviously waiting for the feedback from the task force, right? So I'll have to get back to them on that. I would have to put first, I haven't drafted the SOQ, have not started, and I'm hoping to find a project manager who's willing to help me with this and adding a new project to it. So we'll work on that. So we'll draft the SOQ, then advertise the SOQ, then we would actually go through a selection process. So we have a very formal
Yeah.
selection process in the city. And then after that, we would negotiate a contract, do a contract. So probably from like saying I start the process to having a contract in place in front of the council, likely like 6 months. And then they have to do all the work, right? And I don't know how long this work would take, but just say 6 months. So we're probably a year away from determining feasibility. That starts aligning a little bit to understanding where we're at with the Surplus Land Act. And there's no need to act on this immediately, right? Even if it's feasible. And from an SVP perspective, we would still have to look kind of how it all, putting both hats here, how it all works together. So we're not close to making any final decision for at least 9 months to a year to see if it's even feasible. So there's time. This would just tell us if it's an option. And these are even conversations we could have with the developer when they come in as to what works best. Would it work best for a city to occupy the office building if it's an option, or would it work best to have all 6 acres for their uses? And one of the reasons I thought it could be okay, right, is because if you look at kind of like the block development that we have here, that building kind of fits within that pattern already. But yeah, we don't know. But I agree that's a concern. The timing kind of works well, like I said, because it aligns with the Surplus Land Act and where we're at. So we're ahead of the RFP if we're going to do one, if we're able to do one with the Surplus Land Act, but not so far behind that we have to catch up later on if we think this might be an option.
Yeah. And the only other thing that I noticed about that building, I think that the sidewalk around it against the building is a little bit elevated from sidewalk level. It's unusual, right? Especially as you work your way between Togo's and the building, that there's an elevation. That may not be bad, because if a restaurant or something could fit there, it would be elevated above the street, but I don't think it's ideal in some ways because it's elevated, right?
Yeah.
So that's the other concern I have from an architectural, and of course the floor-to-ceiling heights, which is something we've talked about a lot in here. Dynamic spaces, having minimum heights on at least the retail. So again, I'm okay with this first process, but I'm still very concerned.
Okay. And yeah, and from an SVP perspective, right, we're certainly not advocating for it. We are happy with the space that we have that we're renting. Just kind of saw maybe there was an opportunity to do this, and some of those issues can be addressed with alignment with that precise plan outside of even cost and everything else. That's something that's going to have to be considered. Yeah, I agree. I've been walking around that building a lot, and there's certainly things that would have to be addressed to make it feasible.
I mentioned this a couple of meetings ago when we talked about the idea of relocating City Hall to the new downtown. I just want to be very careful about scope creep for the Downtown Community Task Force as far as what is in our purview and what might not be. I think sometimes the perfect can be the enemy of the good, and for us to feel like we should dictate the use of this block, for example, is not as important as getting the precise plan complete and approved. So I just want to make sure that whatever the conversations are may be parallel, but we don't have a dependency on what the decision is for the use of 900 Lafayette, or if the City Hall goes there, or anything else.
So this SOQ and analysis does not affect the precise plan process at all. It's totally separate from it.
Go ahead, Matt.
Yeah, thank you, Manuel. What I heard you say, I think in response to Rob, was that it's just a question of figuring out feasibility, and that there was a long-term, that we weren't locking in a decision on the building. We were getting some clarity on what the options were, and that potentially, what I heard Rob ask for was from this body, just a recommendation that there continue to be a discussion and an option of how an alternative to preserving the building would move forward. So it seems like it makes perfect sense to figure out what the options are. But what I heard was that we shouldn't use that to close off other options that might work better for that space.
Yeah, and certainly the staff's not closing off any options, especially because we don't even know if this is feasible, right? So really, at this point, is asking the feasibility question, and if it's feasible, that's actually when the options start. So yeah, so we would just want to take a look at whether it's feasible or not, and to me, feasibility takes into account costs, right? So is it feasible to do the physical work? Yeah, probably, but does it make sense from a cost and long-term standpoint? And feasibility also goes to, just want to repeat, that goes with the downtown plan, precise plan, and make sure it can align with the downtown precise plan. So yes, agree.
Well, I have a question for you. Does feasibility include renderings or visuals of, like, specifically of the ground floor retail? Is that something that would be a part of feasibility or not yet?
I would say I don't want to go too far. I did ask, I was planning to ask, as on kind of the second bullet point there, architectural and maybe some high-level architectural. Is there something that can be done? I'm probably more focused right now on the feasibility of converting that space to retail space, or is it a rent restaurant space without understanding how it's going to connect to the rest of it, right? Because the rest of the development is going to help with that. But whether you can actually do non-office space on the first floor is really the key question for me. And if you can, at what cost, right, for a long-term retail use. But renderings I try to be careful with, just because they get pretty expensive. And to me, it feels more like a next step, right? If it's feasible from a cost perspective, maybe we do some renderings just to see how it aligns with the precise plan.
Thanks. So I would check I mean, obviously, so I'll do some DDD, some early DDD, detailed due diligence. I know you guys sent me the drawings, so I do appreciate that. I'm going to pull some historical data that I have my hands on as a construction manager to kind of see what, at least just high level. The one thing that I would say from an architectural standpoint is it's not so important to get the renderings, but it is probably important to understand what the curtain wall can hold from a cladding perspective. So to make sure that something, that, I think it's stone, right, marble or something? Some kind of a stone cladding, right? So making sure that that stone cladding can either be removed and replaced with something different or something else be applied upon it. Like that would be the due diligence that I would want to see, because obviously it's going to give us our options. To your point, I mean, we can make anything happen on the first floor. It's just money and time. It's amazing what we can build, but ripping it up and everything. I would want to know and secure the funding source for the entire project in the due diligence. Like when you came to propose, hey, this is what we're going to do, I'd want to know that we could see it all the way through, because we've had especially on this property, a bad experience with starting an initiative and then never seeing it through. Like the 60s, they leveled it. It sat vacant for a very long time, and then we disposed of it, piecemealed it out. So making sure that we can see the vision through is going to be part of the due diligence, and making sure that we have those funding sources, please. I do want to make sure that, I know when you brought this up to me, I threw pretty cold water on it. I'm lukewarm now, at least to investigate it, but I do have serious concerns because it is a big piece of the potential catalyst. And I think that it does take out a pretty significant chunk, not only because of the building footprint, but also because of the parking needs. Right now, it's surface parking across the 6+ acres. And to build a parking structure is going to be a fairly expensive endeavor, and to see how that goes. I do want to ask about the surplus land. So if you want to get the due diligence completed early, so that when the plan is completed, we can identify if we declare that area surplus or not. Is that correct? Because you would have first dibs at it, because you're a city entity.
Well, the plan's going to be completed on, what's the schedule, Leslie, to go to council for their consideration? Late August. So this will not be done yet. So we will likely.
Before we put in the surplus land is when you have to make the call, right?
No, I can put the entirety for surplus land act, and then I can go back and let people know that we decided to keep a portion of it for city uses, because I wouldn't want to delay starting that process for this process. So I can do both.
So in theory, we could put out both blocks and then see what we get, and then have the discussion and review basically what your guys' proposal is based on the due diligence plan and what we receive back from the RFQ, and then evaluate what is best in value for the city long term.
Yeah, so we'll be able to do that. And of course, with the surplus land act process, that's a full different process than doing an RFQ and selecting a developer as well. So that's going to be one that they'll submit their interest, and the negotiation happens. And I'll just say it's different than when you put an RFQ with your, even the precise plans here, than when you put an RFQ with kind of what your expectations. So we'll have to kind of go through the
Before we
process.
actually send out the RFQ then.
What was that?
You would have to claim it before you send the RFQ.
Yeah, so just to go back on this again, so we'll precise plan, council consideration, assuming it gets approved, then we declare it surplus, we do the notice of availability, there's 60 days for that, but it'll take 3 months. And then if somebody submits, we have to negotiate for a minimum of 3 months. And the ask is good faith negotiations, right? So I'm very respectful of that. So it might take longer than 3 months to have a good faith negotiation. If you reach a deal, right, then you can obviously select that developer and move forward with it. But if you don't, then at that point, you can do the proposal, RFP, for the land to go through a non-surplus land process where you can actually put all the details and put negotiation points as part of the RFP that the city would be interested in, so they can submit based on what the city's expectations are. So they're very different processes. I just want to make sure you're aware of that. The Surplus Land Act is very well dictated. And then the RFP, we have a lot more flexibility because we can put whatever requirements the city wants to put in as part of the RFP, and any developer that submits is aware of those requirements. They're submitting everything, their financials, their proposal, everything based on the city requirements.
Go ahead, Matt.
Could you go back one slide?
Yeah.
Could you just talk about the last bullet point?
Yeah, so there are specific requirements regarding accepting and rejecting offers. So if there are offers in place, we'll have to go through a full negotiation process. City council will be involved in that. We'll do the negotiations with the council. Obviously, we'll be doing some negotiations, and then they'll make the final decisions. But previous experience, not here, sometimes you'll get offers, right, that don't meet the requirements, or maybe they're not for full appraised value, whatever that might be, and there might be a determination where the city is not accepting those offers. Or maybe it's just not, you can reach a deal based on the value that's being proposed. So it can be very many different factors, but the law does dictate kind of what you can and cannot reject based on as well. And then there's affordable housing requirements, a number of things. So it's a complex process that could take a while. But ultimately, the city council will kind of be negotiating that. Staff will take the lead on it, and they determine if they accept or not accept an offer. And certainly the precise plan and how it aligns with the precise plan will be part of that discussion.
Would any of those opportunities go through the Downtown Community Task Force, or would it all be like the Planning Commission and the Planning Department?
Well, the Surplus Land Act and sale of the property, it's a legal process, right? They won't have a full proposal in place at that time. There won't be drawings or entitlements or anything like that. It's just for the land and negotiating that price. It's different than when you have a developer that's been selected through an RFP.
But they're not just buying the land, they have to propose within the plan if we have it. If we have the plan approved, if it's surplus land, they still have to provide what they're going to do with the land. They can't just say.
They have to be in alignment with the precise plan, yes.
It's not just the flat land, it's alignment with.
Yeah, I just want to.
I know, I'm
be
just.
clear that,
I
like
know
when
it's
you
great.
have an RFP, right, you can dictate a lot more than you can with the Surplus Land Act. So but we'll know when we go through it, and we'll see what the interest levels are. I do think that, because the precise plan will be approved, that'll set some really good guidelines and requirements. But it's certainly not the same as here's my RFP and this is what you need to submit on. We're going to get submittals, and then we select the one we like the best. It's a different process.
Do you know what you're expecting to need to complete your DDD, due diligence?
For the,
This
for
night,
the,
Lafayette?
no. I mean, I'll
don't
put
know
out the
what
SO,
you're
no, I'll put out the SOQ, you know, when we do an SOQ, of course, I'll include the plans that Leslie and Rena already found. I'll have a meeting with my property management firm so they can visit the site and kind of give all the items of kind of what's been going on with the building. And then they'll develop a scope that makes sure it gets us to answer these questions. And that's why it's an SOQ, not an RFP, because we need them to take a look and see really what's needed. It's a different type of firm for this than kind of somebody doing new construction.
Can you just go one step further? So you have this period, let's say there's an expression of interest, there's a good faith negotiation, city chooses not to sell to the, whoever the developer that responded to the RFP. Is there a carry-on restriction on the site, or how does that work?
If there's, and just make sure I got the question, if
Yeah,
there's
it
no,
wasn't
on the
very
surplus land, if they're saying if there's no, if we can't reach a deal on the surplus land act process, right? Not the, okay, because at the end you said the RFP, so.
Sorry.
Yeah, that's okay, I just want to make sure I had it, because I switched slides on you. So, yeah, so, can you repeat the question for me again, make sure I got it?
So through the Surplus Land Act process, the land is declared surplus. There's a period of time in which you have to consider responses, and then there's a period of time in which you have to negotiate in good faith.
Sure.
So let's assume at the end of that period that the deal it doesn't work.
Yeah.
Are there any other long-term constraints that the city faces with that site?
There is one specific requirement, but I think it aligns with what we're trying to do anyway. So if you go to the Surplus Land Act process and you don't reach a deal, then you have to, you put a requirement as part of the property that they have to provide, I believe, 15% affordable housing if it's ever developed for housing in the future. So that's the only item. I think that aligns with everything the city does anyway.
Yeah.
It would not be an
So
unusual requirement, but that is a requirement if you don't sell the land to somebody through the Surplus Land Act process.
So the city's inclusionary policy requires 15%. So the primary difference would be that some form of alternative mitigation, whether it was fees or a land swap or something that would be allowed under the inclusionary ordinance, would not be allowed under the Surplus Land Act. So those units would have to be built on site, but it's the same percentage in our current policy. Is that correct?
My understanding, yeah, there's for the state requires you to build it on site, not do a fee.
Tisha, you had something?
Yeah, I just wanted to quickly mention the block size of that building shown in the renderings might be a proposal when WRT studied that to keep the existing building and, was doing calculations of keeping existing as part of EIR and other things. It was one of the design options, and we are still in the option phase, so it would be nice to confirm, because EPS did look at some initial feasibility of keeping this building versus demoing it as part of that big feasibility memo they did.
Okay.
Are you able to lease land under the Surplus Land Act, or it has to be sold?
You can lease land, and then and we actually specifically asked this question, and I'm going to go off memory here, because if it's being leased more than, I think the attorney told us 5 years or more, then it has to go to the Surplus Land Act. So it's only a very short lease that you can do without going through the act.
I would think it would be a long-term lease for some kind of development, but I want to make sure that
Typically,
potentially we could land lease under Surplus Land Act, not just sell.
Yes, you can. Yeah, I think typically they're more concerned about you leasing it, so you don't have to go through the Surplus Land Act. So that's why they have a very tight criteria that if you lease it, yeah.
Adam, actually, that was a great question. Because the city is not using 900 Lafayette for a public use, correct? It's being leased out to private entities for profit. Is it still subject to Surplus Land Act, just the 900 the building itself? Like, I don't know, because Cypress Land Act says it should be actively used by the city. Any land under active public use before the public agency wants to discard it, then it's subject to Cypress Land Act, but this is not an active public use on 900 Lafayette.
Yeah, I think, and I'll have to go back and ask my attorney. So I think the Surplus Land Act takes into effect when you're trying to sell or lease a property, not if you have an existing property. So that's okay. And here we have short-term leases anyway. We've had 2-year leases is what we have entered into.
Just one correction, just switch the coloring, because right now it shows Santa Clara University owning.
The blue.
Oh, yeah.
You got orange and blue
I
wrong.
know, I knew Butch would be like, hey.
Way to go, Butch.
That's not, we didn't make a good deal there, Leslie.
We send this to,
We traded 5 acres for 1 acre.
yeah.
I know. I didn't catch it before the presentation. No, that's a good point.
SVP able to lease out the building and pay the city?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's different options if SVP is taking over the building.
Instead of,
Because the SVP is the city, right? So
well,
yeah.
yes and no, but yes, it is, but it has different funding
It would
sources.
be-
And
they-
I'm just looking at it as a potential, I'm trying to get the positive out of this, right?
Yeah.
More positives, which is if there's a lease payment back into the city to help pay for the other improvements like the infrastructure and stuff. And I know it's not going to be specific for downtown, but at least it adds funding available for council to do capital improvement projects, so.
Yeah, my obviously anything would have to go through council. My expectation is that there would be and because it's not, we don't lease to each other, but definitely there would be a financial transaction attached to this.
Thank you. Any additional questions?
Sorry I took so long. There's a lot of questions, I guess.
All right. Well, thank you, Manuel, for the presentation. We appreciate it. We'll go to the public for any questions on item number 1, which is the lease of 900 Lafayette for SVP's use, or sending out an SOQ or a study to see if SVP would use this property. So please either stand up to the mic if you're here. We'll go through the people who are here, and then we'll go to online. If you're online, please raise your hand, and you will be selected to be unmuted. Skip, welcome.
As amazing as it might sound, I'm only 10 feet away, but I could hear maybe only half of what was said here. But hopefully I'm not repeating myself. As I understand from what I heard, the city owns the property, the 7-story building, the Commerce Building, and has owned it completely for about a year. The lease expired a year or so ago, a year and a half ago. If the city were to lease it to Silicon Valley Power, does there have to be any Surplus Act consideration? I don't think there is, but that's just me talking. Now, that would have to be arranged through the precise plan. I think Manuel addressed that earlier, if I understood correctly, that would have to be all figured out in the precise plan. But the real question I have is, in the presentation for the Morse Mansion a couple weeks ago, the mansion was purchased about 7 or 8 years ago, and it needs maintenance. And as a solution to that, as I understood it a couple weeks ago, Silicon Valley Power was suggesting that possibly you could get federal funds from the trillions of dollars that have been created in grants and loans from the federal government in order to make the mansion green or energy efficient or under the cloud of sustainability, which are the not just the federal government, the state also is encouraging, and I know we all want to do that too. So you got a building that was built, the Commerce Building that was built in the mid-1970s. It, as Manuel said, probably needs complete rewiring, replumbing, in my mind, this is perfect to try to get a federal grant to make that building green, all electric, solar, LEED building. I know Silicon Valley Power is really aggressively pushing saving energy, promoting all electric, promoting solar. And this seems like this would be a prime opportunity to convert that building, especially if federal money could be obtained and possibly state money to do so. Any comment, Manuel, on whether that could be done potentially on the 7-story building instead of or also with the Morse Mansion?
Would you like me to respond or after public comments over?
Let's see if we have, okay, we have one online, so let's wait, let's hold. Thanks. Donna? You should be able to unmute. Welcome, Donna.
Pull up my microphone. You guys look fabulous tonight. It's great to see all of you, even though I'm remote. I want to thank you for all the questions and comments and concerns all of you are asking. This is really, these are good insights that you are making, but I want to remind, and this is a positive with Manuel, one thing that we found in our best practices of downtowns across the nation, that public investment is followed by private investment. And we have this study. This will bring those businesses that we are looking for to our downtown. And this is positive to get going with shovels in the ground. And thank you.
Thank you, Donna. All right, Manuel, you want to go ahead and respond to, oh, Mary, sorry.
I just have a little quick comment to make for Manuel. If you do decide that you want to go through with this, the views up there are fabulous. So you could have an office with the perfect views of the city.
Thank you, Mary.
So I think I had two questions about the Surplus Land Act and funding. On the Surplus Land Act, so the way it works is that if you are keeping a portion of the property, then that portion you can keep. If you're still leasing or selling the rest of the acre, so I'm going to make the numbers up right now. Say this property was 1 acre, but you still had a 6-acre property, you still have to surplus the remaining 5 acres. So it's only, you get to the property you're keeping for city or public use, you can do that. The rest of it still has to go to the process. Regarding funding, yeah, the Morse Mansion discussion, there was no discussion of federal funds. We had a separate funding source that's SVP restricted funds, non-rate funds that's used for education and training and so on. So that's where that's the funding that we presented about the Morse Mansion. Certainly for that project, we don't think we would, if that's also a feasibility study at this point, we wouldn't be able to fund the whole thing with those funds, but certainly you can get it started, but it's not federal funds for that piece. I think for this piece and whether federal funds would work, we're way too early in any process to be able to apply for any outside funding sources. First thing you do is, first thing we need to do is determine if this is a feasibility and if it's an option. And after that, you would see what funding options there could be or there couldn't be. Because SVP already does pay rent, right? And we're going to be leasing long-term spaces. There's also, there's opportunities for SVP funds to be used for the improvements as we talked about earlier. But there's, I think, federal funds, just in case anyone was here, no, we're not proposing any federal funds for Morse. That's SVP restricted funds that are specifically for those kind of uses, education, so on and so on. And then here, it's too early in the process to look for any outside funding sources. You just wouldn't be able to get anything at this point.
Thank you. Dan?
How's my mic? Great. So one follow-on on that. So our group's investigating funding right now through the federal government. You may want to be aware of deadlines. So just investigatory, you're not applying, but, check that out.
So we are aware of all the federal funds are out there. We are, last time there were funds available, a number of Santa Clara projects got funded. We're also pursuing other projects, so we are working on that process. This is just not far enough along. Actually, it's not. We haven't even started, right, to be able to pursue it. But we are aware of the deadlines. We were very successful the last go around. We're going to be trying to say every time there's money available, we try to be as successful as we can.
Thank you. Are there any additional questions, or we're going to close public comment for this item? I don't see any hand. Ed, one hand. You should be able to speak, Ed.
Good evening. Thank you very much. Super interesting, and it's great to see you all back in the chamber as well. Just one comment. I see that corner property as being, one of the anchors of the plan, and I'd hope that whatever design that we end up going with there, that it really kind of makes an attractive anchor on that corner. Just another question, I guess, that becomes part of the feasibility study, but it was kind of around the vehicle use of Silicon Valley. Are they? I think the original plan was that the parking would be shared between kind of office workers during the day, who would then go home and vacate that parking for retail at night. Is SVP, going to be parking their pickups overnight, and then, in the opposite case during the day, they won't be there buying the lunches from the high street that we had planned? So just, a couple of points that maybe end up in the feasibility study. Thank you.
Thank you, Ed.
Chair, and I can just add that all our pickup trucks and all our heavy equipment is actually out at the corporation yard. So this is actually our office staff. Once in a while, they'll come visit us at the office, for meetings and stuff. But yeah, all our equipment's parked at the corporation yard, not at our office building.
And you own the corporation yard, correct?
Yeah, the city owns the corporation yard, and we have both water and sewer, SVP, Public Works are all located there.
Awesome, thank you. All right, as I see no additional hands from the public, we're going to close public comment for this item. And so we'll move on to item number 2. Leslie?
Thank you. Item number 2, this is continued from the February 6, 2023 DCTF meeting, and it's the review of DCTF member Thompson and member Mayer's comments on the form-based code document.
There's some from Dan as well.
And the late breaking from Dan, you are correct.
All right, I will share my screen here.
And also, Atisha submitted comments as well.
And there are some comments from Atisha as well. All right, let me share my screen. All right, so we should be starting on signage on 11 here. Hopefully everybody can see. I do not have this same computer that I had last time, so unfortunately I'm not going to be able to split screen the form-based code. So we'll start off with going through the signage in section number 11. So this is Santa Clara signage code is outdated and does not apply to the downtown area and should not override the provisions in this form-based code, period. So this stems from, I've seen multiple times that there's been applications within the city for some creative signage lit up, something that's like an LED backing, and it gets shot down mercilessly. I don't know, I butchered that, but, so I want to make sure that we want some creative signage, we want something that's a little bit more unique, and so I want to make sure that the city signage code does not override this signage code. And I see Rena shaking her head, so that's a good side. Or she's shaking her head that it will override it.
No, no, you're creating precise standards here, so this takes
Perfect.
precedence.
Awesome, thank you. All deviations to go to Planning Commission, appeals to City Council for the review, approval. So again, there are some very specific signage requirements for size, for backlighting, for wall mounting within the document. And so there is a provision that allows any kind of deviation from this to be reviewed. And so we want to make sure it goes to the Planning Commission so that there is a public hearing, it's reviewed, everybody agrees. And so a lot of time's gone into this, so. Define public sign versus wayfinding, historical, and other public signs. So that's more of just cleaning up the nomenclature and making sure they identify it so that there's no confusion. 11.246. So now that I've started, actually, 11.2.4 through 6. So directory signs are small wall signs located at pedestrian eye level and intended to identify multiple tenants within the building or complex. The following standards apply. So directory signs shall not exceed 6 square feet, and directory signs shall only be externally illuminated, internally illuminated, and neon lighting is prohibited. So points by should be it's just nomenclature. Sorry, it's just actually cleaning up. It needs to be subsections. I probably should read my notes first.
Chair, clarification, that's public signs, not neon, correct?
These are directory signs. So, yeah, so this is for the tenants in the actual office space. So like if there's an office space above the first floor, since it's retail, you need to be able to identify who the occupant or who the businesses would be. And so it would list out like law offices of, you know, Robert Mayer.
Good to go.
Yeah, I was looking at you. So. 11.3, confirm neon refers to using traditional methods and that LED neon is not allowed. So this is something, Dan, you want to take this?
Yeah, I've just found that it's an inferior product. So I would be advocating strongly, as my group would be, for pure neon and not LED.
Chair.
Go ahead, Butch.
On this point, I think there's a couple things. I would like to recommend rather than none, preferable, and for a couple of reasons. First, I think no neon is too restrictive. As we know, future of lighting has changed dramatically. 10 years ago, you were allowed to use certain light bulbs that you can no longer buy on the market anymore. And being in the theater business, and I want to clarify theater versus concert business, 3 years ago, there was no options for live theater when it came to neon, or when it came to LED. In the last 18 months or so, the development with LEDs has made it possible now that we can use it for theater lighting. So we don't know what the future is going to be for LED, so to absolutely outlaw it is not something that I would recommend. I'd rather see preferable in there. And then lastly, we don't know if at some point in time neon would be outlawed. So all of a sudden we would lock ourselves into a situation where nothing of that type of effective sign would work. So Chair, I would strongly recommend that we go with preferable rather than none at all through all the signage in the downtown.
Or we could put in review over.
Just a way that gives us some options if something were to happen when we're starting to deal with neon.
Yeah, I'd be okay with that.
Yeah. And Dan, I agree with you. I like neon much more, but I still think we need to give us some options.
You make great comments, because Title 24 is always changing. It just changed again in 2023.
Yep.
1,500 square feet of popcorn lighting in office spaces. It's horrible. So.
So that would also apply in 11.3A4 also throughout the rest of the document?
Sometimes historic trumps a lot of this stuff, whereas like in architecture and residential, yeah.
Pull it closer.
With the residential, you can bypass some of the Title 24 and certain things, because if it's a historic fixture or you put in a historic fixture or a replica, sometimes you can get around some of that stuff. So it's still a work in progress. We don't know what the future holds, so it's still good.
I think it's good just to switch it
Yeah.
to preferable.
Yeah.
I mean, because again, neon does look better than
Yeah.
the alternative as of today, but, you know, to Butch's point, who knows what's going to happen in 10 years, so. All right, go ahead, Dan. This is yours. Oh, do you want to read it?
Yeah, so I think, and it's been so long now, that wall signs were not denoted as neon. And I wanted to point that out or clarify that wall-mounted signs could be neon above doors.
Yeah, and what it says is that channel lettering is permitted provided that the letters are either backlit or externally illuminated. Internally illuminated channel letters are prohibited. So it doesn't, I don't think it's,
If you guys want to see examples of that, I can provide.
well, and what the channel letters are is basically like a back box lit with a multicolored, plexiglass front. So think of it as like Walgreens or, CVS or Target. Those are the signs those are the generic like big box stores or franchise stores. So that's what they're trying to eliminate and get something more creative, so. C24 minimum seems restrictive and could push a sign higher into the upper floor, provided a percentage of the vertical like you did for the horizontal. So what this is they broke it out and gave us widths and dimensions off of the glazing and the maximum height. And so by keeping this as a minimum of 24 inches clearance from openings, it could create issues, especially if we have like a tall first floor, to get that light in there for like a big restaurant, and then you have the larger windows of like more of a loft style or, some of the older buildings, you're gonna squeeze it down, and I don't think you're gonna be able to get 24 clear from each opening. So it's just because they listed as a minimum of 24 inches from any opening. I think it just needs to be looked at and and probably reduced a little bit. I get the intent. They don't want it sitting on the mullion, but we gotta, maybe it's a ratio or proportion. There should be a minimum height between shopfront openings and the upper floor window openings balconies. So that was something that it probably needs to go in a different section where they kind of do the layout of the facade, but we should have some kind of a spacing to allow a tall enough sign in that space.
It ties into the 24-inch too. I mean, what we just were talking about. That's the space between the top of the storefront window
And the bottom
of the
sill
upper
of the upper floor. We want to have, there's got to be some minimum, because otherwise you could have a window that goes all the way down, almost to the floor per code, right? And you could squeeze it to where you have 12 inches, and how do you get a unique sign in there? Internal illumination on wall signs should be defined better to describe the signage being frowned upon. So again, it's clarity, because I think, we had to kind of look up some of the channel letters and stuff. I don't think a lot of people are gonna, they potentially won't. So I think it's understanding what is being, frowned upon.
Maybe a graphic.
Yeah, they have graphics of what they want on the page above, but they don't have graphics, or anything of not to do, so. 43A2, so this will be the window signage. So this one was kind of interesting. Window signage should be removed completely except for the following. So open, closed hours of operation should be limited to 2 foot max. If there is an awning provided, the 1 foot stripe sign at the top should be permitted. If there is no awning, sorry. Holiday decorations that are less than 30 days shall be permitted. They shall not exceed 50% of the window coverage. These do not allow promotional signs. Discuss allowing 10 to 20% on the first 2 feet of window edges. So, and then Dan, you want me to just read it, which is no multiple neons in windows, could be exceptions based on categorizations between businesses. So we've all seen it. You're walking down, there's signage and sales signs everywhere. You can't even see in and window shop, right? And so by looking at this 50% max and covering the windows, you're going to block a lot of the visibility into the signs. And usually a lot of it's just noise. It's not actually valuable information for anybody as a pedestrian walking through. So I find it much more inviting when you can actually see into the storefront, see what the products are or what the services are, and then also see other people. So that's really what it is making sure. And again, these are all recommendations, but we want to talk through it because 50% seems really, really heavy. But obviously we do understand, kind of talking through it, that holiday signs, or festive and whatnot, there should be an exception as long as they're under that holiday window.
And to the last point, that that's what Sergeant was saying, is that keep that window open so people can see in it.
Yeah, we want to see the activity, right? Because that's going to draw more people.
The other thing, I don't know if it says it in there, but I used to work for a retailer, and some of the restrictions weren't well-written, and so they would put their company brand behind the window to get more signage in there. So we just need to make sure it's tight and doesn't have that.
Any additional comments? All right, I'll go to the next.
On the bottom.
Next one, huh? Well, I'll go to the next one. 11.3A3. Need to add minimum and max projection. So there's no, we need to add some additional requirements there because there's no projection. So right now, they can technically project out 8 feet over the sidewalk with a sign. So we should have something there. So thinking 18 to 36 inches was kind of a suggestion. So they have a height, they have the dimension off this, you see? Yeah. Because it technically can project off the building face pretty far, right? I think it's just a slight miss. And then Dan, 11.3A4.
And I don't have my split screen.
Here I got, there you go.
Okay, so, yeah, we just applaud this. I pontificate, about the theater. The blade, I think he denotes it as a blade. It's really the vertical. I think we're talking about the theater, right?
No, so they have a marquee here.
Yeah, right there.
Yeah, so the
Is that what I'm
marquee's,
talking about?
no, you're talking about the vertical projected.
Okay.
So this is,
Oh, yeah, my error. Okay, so, yeah, that plays with, the idea of, if you go to Mountain View or Sunnyvale or any of the cities throughout, and I've said this ad nauseum, that there are those verticals that say bakery. And then you can put the, customize on top in the circle, Wilson's or, O'Brien's or whatever. So that's something that if we can position that on each block, that would be something that would harken back to history, which is in every Bay Area city and not be a high cost.
Yes, could we
I think that's it.
Could we strike that language about it being authentic neon and not LEDs? And I understand that, there's a perception of LEDs as something that looks like a big TV screen or too bright or something like that, but there are all kinds of other ways to light a sign. So as Butch said, I don't think we want to be too specific.
yeah, I just changed it to not preferred, at least at this point.
And that'll carry through on all other items?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Adam, can I jump back one question?
Yes, go ahead.
missed a
Butch.
note. On the 11.3 for the window signs,
Yes.
do we have to put anything in there about window film? You know how sometimes blocks cover whole windows with just a film? It's not a sign, it's
Something
not.
opaque, very good.
So I had a note, I'm sorry, I didn't
We
catch
have that
that.
in another section, but yes.
No. Just say no window film on retail, on the whole lower, I mean. Okay, no, it's good, thank you, Butch. All right, so go into 11.3A5. 3A5, so we'll go down, so this is like a little front yard sign, so we couldn't figure out where this would be used. I've never seen one of these things. I mean, I kind of get it, but we can leave it in, but we're trying to get some examples potentially to see where this might be utilized.
Imagine like the retail-ready areas.
Or the
maybe
forecourts.
Maybe live work or something.
Yeah,
Yeah, we can ask for it.
I mean, I've never seen one like that, like sitting in a thing, so. 11.3A6, provide how the 25% is calculated from shop front opening to upper floor window by shop front width, need to discuss. So they have the width of the awning and the sign based on a percentage, but it doesn't tell you what they're calculating the percentage off of. So is it 60% of the awning width? Is it 60% of the, yeah. So again, I think just putting in some clarity under the additional requirements of how they calculate the 60% would just give clarity so that that they understand what the limitation is. 11.3A7, which is a little sidewalk sign, which we see quite often. Is there a reason why metal is not an option? It says signs shall be constructed of wood or plastic with professionally applied lettering or images, provided that handwritten menu boards or special of the day and restaurants shall not be allowed. And the reason I ask that is because I've seen some of like the magic, like writer boards that are metal and they magnet. So I'm like, I don't know why. I mean, I guess if you pick it up and throw it, but I mean, pick up and throw a wood sign, right, Dan?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. 11.3A8, original Santa Clara Theater sign was roughly 38 feet tall. So, well, we have some old photographs, so we basically kind of took some measurements off it to try to kind of figure out what it was. So it's about 38 feet tall, but we're talking about actually taller buildings than what originally was there. So thinking that we should probably allow it to be even maybe potentially taller, since it's going to have housing above it and more, it's going to have a higher massing. Clearance from sidewalk should be a minimum of 10 feet, so that was something.
Can I hold you?
Yeah.
So this is just a typo, 50-foot tall marquee, it's a vertical. So the marquee is where the lettering is.
Oh.
Okay, go ahead, sorry.
Oh, yeah, clearance from sidewalk, 10 feet, not 8 currently, just because I think 8 feet, it's going to feel, especially when it comes out for the area of sign is too low, should be closer to 40 to 50%. So the reader board should be exact dimensions of the original marquee. Sorry, Dan, I'm reading it. All the data is available from Reclaim Our Downtown and Old Quad Residents Association. So again, you're going to have to put up a bunch of information on there if it truly is a theater. So you're going to have to put up times, stuff like that. So again, just looking at the old marquee based on some dimensions we can get, I think it's a little small, and it should be allowed to have a little bit of room to grow, depending on
standard.
And then just kind of give you the math of what I had based on the old photographs that we were able to pull from the books. So, anything else?
That's it.
Anything else? No? Okay. And I encourage everybody to just speak up as we go, since kind of like we have been doing. 11.3A9. So 11.3A9 murals. So murals should be located along the side and or rear of the building, not the street-facing facade. Okay on an alley or higher on the structure, not facing the street. Approval should be at council or included with entitlements. This is a community input item, and the public meeting discussion should be held prior to approval of a large mural installation. So
I'd like to suggest that this go through the Cultural Commission.
is that something we can do? I don't know. Well, yeah, I don't know if, because it's part of the entitlement. So what I don't want to do is we've run into this on a few things, right? We have the most input and sway at the time of entitlement, so it should be included as part of it. And again, having some input from the community, I think, is important. Going to the Cultural Commission's a great idea. So that way it's not just their art, because their art might not be real art. There's articles on plenty of it that everybody knows about. So,
Well, an example is the utility box program, where people submit ideas and the Cultural Commission or the commissioners review them and recommend whether they can go forward.
I should be at Cultural Commission.
Can I just ask for clarification? So at entitlement, you want the design of the mural?
So at the time of entitlement, we should have it sized up, and yes, they should give us a proposal of what they're planning to do, even, at least from a high level. It shouldn't just be, maybe we'll put it on, or, I mean, I've just seen them say,
Yeah.
I mean, it's like, hey, if you're gonna do the mural, say, this is where we're gonna put it, this is the size, this is the subject matter, and maybe it's not a fully vetted thing, but it should be pretty, at least probably 50%.
Okay.
That's the hope, at least.
We dealt with that, well, the garage, right? And they
garage.
just wanted to put some metal on it, black metal, and I'm like, well, is that art? Or is that just something you bought, So eventually, through painful process, we were able to get real art with the artist. So
Just trying to eliminate the painful
Yeah,
process.
Yeah,
get ahead of it, you know.
The one thing is something like murals often don't come at the time of entitlement.
yeah.
It could be like a subsequent. So it's just the type of permit that you would like to see, the type of process.
I guess then what I would ask that is, and that's fine if it's, maybe not the design is part of the entitlement, but I think they should at least have the space earmarked out in the entitlement, and then at least then it can go to the cultural commission. I think that would be reasonable. So it's like, hey, we're gonna put a 50 by 20 mural of something. Okay, fine. It's not approved until it goes through cultural commission, but at least you know you have a 50 by 20 canvas on this section of the building.
Yeah,
We're
but
trying to
Deborah, you're
guide,
saying
guide the placement. I mean,
But no, you'll
This is
have
the
the
key, yeah.
placement and the size.
that's mostly what our comments are about.
Which is really what it is. I'm fine with it as long as it's real art, not,
Yeah,
so
I-
I trust the
Well,
cultural
you can have a
commission.
rendering of it too beforehand, right?
Well, but, yeah.
Yeah, right. Right. Yep, okay.
What I meant was that often signage like this happens when, a new tenant moves in after you've already entitled a project, and you're just doing like tenant improvements, and they want their signage, and they want to do something creative. And then you wouldn't really have an entitlement process. So just what kind of process? Obviously, a referral to the Cultural Commission, but would there be any other kind of intended signage approval process for a mural?
Sweet.
I saw subject to design, review, and approval of director highlighted, so I didn't know if there were some changes to that.
No, we're just taking out the director for approval on everything and putting it to one of the commissions. Seriously, that's what we're doing.
No, I know.
Because again, we want public input along the way, right? It's been a public process, it's been public-driven, it needs to stay public-driven if there's changes. So I get your point. Maybe on that, if it's not identified, again, if they want to put in one at a later date, then they just go through the cultural commission, right? Because they'll have an idea where they want to put it, but it still has to go through the approval process, I guess. I'm fine with that. Like, I do understand, like Vintage Electric, my buddy has a place and he painted a mural on the side, so.
but Adam, the main thing is the commission or the task force okay? We were trying to hone in on where they can be located.
Yeah.
That's the bigger thing. I mean, we just didn't feel like putting it on the front of the facade, street facing,
Yeah,
other than in alleys.
a lot of times traditionally they were on the sides of the
Yeah.
buildings, so they faced out. So they're not supposed to be like, it's almost like a little hidden treasure, right? You kind of walking through the alleyway, you get something interesting to look at. It's not putting it right in the front because that's where the retail is. And that's really what should be the show. But on the side streets, the alleyways, up high, that you can see far away, those are the things, places that I can see them going. But to be honest, I probably wouldn't argue that much at this point because we have so little of it in the city, so. 12, let's see.
Yeah. I have
Yes,
other
go ahead.
signage
Sorry.
questions. On the first page for signage design under 11.3 standards of types, it mentions roof signs, but we don't have, from my understanding, we don't have anything dictating roof signs. And we had at one meeting a whole conversation about that way to welcome somebody into the downtown with a large roof sign. So do we put something like that in there? And then the other one I think is kind of obtuse, but I still wanted to ask the question. Is there any chance or any possibility that somebody would want to put any sort of billboard signage anywhere? And how do we address that if that comes up? So those are the two
billboards?
questions I have.
Yeah, I can take billboards. If we had our attorney here, I'm sure they would give us a lengthy comment.
We don't need a lengthy one.
Right, yeah. Essentially, billboards are very difficult to, pretty much impossible to create new billboard locations in the city. So that would probably not be something legally permissible. The only opportunities for locating new billboards is if they take down other billboards within the city. So not closing that door entirely, but it would be challenging if you wanted to be explicit and say that no billboards should be located in this location. We could bring that up to our city attorney's office. just to close that door entirely. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm thinking not standard street billboards, but we've seen billboards on top of buildings, so it ties into this roof signage question. You know, and I don't see anything defined in here for that.
I agree. I don't think there's anything for roof. It's a good catch.
Well, we noted in 11.3, but we don't put any details in.
No, that's what I'm looking at here. Yeah, it says, and there's also pylon.
Yeah, I wasn't sure what pylons are, so I have no comments on that.
There's also, now you triggered something. I remember going to LA and I saw a big canvas thing of Venus Williams.
Yeah.
It was just drying down 5. So what is that? That's not a mural per se.
It's a
So
bill.
that needs to be addressed too,
Well, that's
whether it's okay or not.
Yeah, that's that whole roof signage, what's permitted, what's not permitted.
Yeah, right. I mean, it looked really cool, and you see it in Manhattan all the time, right? So I don't like billboards per se, but again, the context in our downtown is pretty small. It seems like it wouldn't work, and it would be kind of awkward, but leave it up to them to come back and say, you know, maybe things have improved, and, you know, again, let them use their expertise.
And I just have to clarify, billboards essentially mean off-site advertising. So if you say there's a Nike store and they want to advertise Nike, that's not a billboard. But if there's a Nike store and they want to advertise Coca-Cola, that's a billboard.
Right.
So it's more about messaging about what's on site or not.
So,
So I still think, which you documented, we need something about roof signage.
roof signs they
I
put in.
do want to say there is a trend in retail locations to have kind of ground floor pedestrian billboard signage. It is a revenue generating opportunity for that particular property owner. It can be, it's definitely sold as being like a dynamic urban experience to be walking, and you see an ad, but then you also see maybe Venus Williams, and then you see all these other things. And there are criteria where people will specify that a certain percentage can be offsite advertising, which you have to give some percentage. That's the reason why people are proposing this. But then in exchange, like digital art, for instance. So be another percentage of the time, or community advertising be a time. So I guess what I'm saying is, when we think about billboards, we think about the big billboards, but there is a trend for offsite advertising at the ground level. If you want to close that door entirely, that's fine. You could also just be silent on it and someone could propose it, and you could tackle it then. It's more a matter of, I know there's a look and feel that people want with this particular downtown, but there is something that retailers also want to see now, that we hear from retailers about what they're trying to do to increase revenue and support like pedestrian traffic.
Can I just make sure I understand that? Do you mean like a kiosk or something?
Yeah.
With a rotating display, like screen
and it can,
slideshow almost of 15
it could be a
seconds?
kiosk. It's more at the ground pedestrian level, you know, maybe within like 10 feet tall max, that has like messaging, digital. Usually this is all digital now.
Kind of like one of the mall locators, right? Where it has one side where it has a map and one side usually where it has an advertisement, or two sides where
If
it has.
you walk on Santana Row now, you'll see a lot of this. You'll see it in kind of like higher end kind of pedestrian mall.
What do you?
I mean, outdoor mall.
What do you call those?
Well, I mean, technically, legally, that's that's offsite advertising, right? So, I would say that right now we probably wouldn't allow that. Like, that would be considered that would not be a location we could allow that. So,
I think we need to add it and then have it as a conditional approval.
Well, that includes.
well, actually, I think that we should take that to our city attorney's office if you're even considered it with it, because I actually think that that's because of billboard regulations. It's something that is probably a no-go because and this is really goes to, the city has some established rules around where people can put billboards, like the standard billboards that you're used to seeing. And if the city starts allowing other uses and not those, then it kind of weakens the city's position on that sort of stuff. So our city attorney's office gets very close to reviewing any proposals about off-site advertising.
And that includes video clips, let's just say, for the theater, the movie theater, they want to put a billboard that shows clips of movies, things like that. That all
So
would
once
apply
again,
to that?
off-site advertising is when you're actually sharing something about, you know, a product that you're trying to sell off of the site. If it was a video about what's happening, say, in the theater, or happening at the center, or happening, and it's not, and it's just like, you know, a clip of California, and it's not about promoting
Right.
California tourism, that's just like art, that's, you know, or, you know, media, it's entertainment.
So using your example, a movie theater showing a clip then has a Coke commercial, that would
Yes, the
violate.
Coke commercial would be, but just like a, you know, a black and white image of, you know, the 40s and giving you a sense of a time, that wouldn't.
So, yeah, I think we have to be careful, though, because like you had mentioned, you can't do off-site advertising. So if they do a mural of Coca-Cola, let's just throw it out there, right?
Yeah.
You're going to consider that advertising, when
So
a lot of
content,
people would consider that art.
Yeah, if they sell Coca-Cola on site,
No, well-
it's a common thing for people to sell.
But I'm just, like, if you did it in an old style, I mean, I want to be, like,
Yeah.
I mean, if somebody wanted to do Del Monte canning, well, obviously, we're probably not selling cans of peaches in the downtown. Probably not. But, I mean, that would be historically significant reference, right, to our old canning days in Santa Clara, as well as, but it would be considered advertising?
You know,
I
I think like when we talk about things in historic context, you know, it's, you know, I think it's put into a cultural perspective, the context, you know,
It's always commercial.
right?
Back
Not
when-
necessarily. I just think it's,
Like Hills Brothers Coffee, right? That's
Right.
iconic. The Coca-Cola sign's iconic.
yeah.
But
I mean, that's all very fine line stuff that we would.
I know, can we?
Need
can
it,
we
yeah.
Maybe have you guys talk to the attorney and figure out what we can do on that one? Because obviously, we have the historical aspect of it too, right? So I can see some older signs being pitched, but if they're gonna be considered.
Are you talking
off-site-
about
Well, murals or
just
signs?
murals or any kind of
Any-
signs?
I mean, murals or, probably mostly murals.
they're in existence too. So-
I could see something rotating that would go farmer's market every Saturday. This is showing at the Performing Arts Center,
That's completely not off-site advertising. That's on-site advertising.
but
That's-
something
yeah.
in a kiosk that would have a rotating display.
Rena, I know, sorry, my voice keeps going. For example, we have like the historic home tour. We've got the Parade of Champions, the farmer's market. I think people are craving an ability to walk down the street and like, oh my God, that's happening next month. I'm definitely coming to that. So that ability to connect with people, visitors, people, local people, even if it was your theater, you know, that there's a special event for the community. We just want to get that information out. I know it sounds like a different category. I know for the
Yeah.
parade, we use the Great America sign to let people know. that
Right. It's a community messaging.
a
really.
community message.
Yeah.
So
We-
there should be an avenue for that.
And they put the banners up.
We can do community messaging, right?
Yeah.
Have that
Yeah.
Community messaging.
That's so important to the livelihood of the downtown.
I think the retail expert, or, I mean, someone within WRT or Sargent can give us a little thing on this, because this is super important. And so this is just the, you know, the starting point of discussion, but it'd really be good. What are they doing now? I know realtors, they put the little iPads all in the window and they just keep scrolling the houses. Well, you know, that, I think we're dictating even a limit on how much you can cover a window, but if it's behind the window, I think it would still apply. We just need to make sure, you know, we get
That's
this.
been traditionally done downtown, where they, you know, not pretty, but they'd put up posters on one area of the downtown on what's coming. Now, before we go away, I don't want to come off roof signs. So do we want to Butch's point, pulling that back, weigh into height, material, lighting, specs, what's acceptable?
So I just put in, we need to identify roof signs, where, how, size, limitations, et cetera. I mean, it's all of it. Like, I think getting
Give it to
them.
Sergeant and have
Yeah.
them.
Yeah, it has to be
Totally.
completely defined.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing.
Permanent, impermanent.
I just didn't want to leave that one
For,
hanging.
for billboards, we either do, or do we want to say no billboards? Do we want to
And
say?
I'd like to hear from them if they have I mean, again, this is similar to the neon discussion. Everything's changing, right?
Yep.
And so sometimes, I get stuck in what I think it's like, but maybe things are changing in a better direction. So I'm open to seeing what they can pitch to us.
And then is add language about billboards, question mark. Do we want to allow, and then revenue split too. I mean, it could be a revenue stream, long-term. Put in some digital signage, because they don't have anything in here for digital signage, and then off-site advertising, need to identify when something becomes art versus off-site ads, and then community messaging boards. Okay. No, I think it's good. Table 12.1. Let's zip down there. Bear with me. All right, table 12.1. Restaurant parking concerns for 1 per 1,000. Like to discuss. I know everybody thinks cars are going to be completely away, but I'm the worst person because I got 6 of them. So 5 of them are off the street. But I own 6 cars.
Well, and again, looking towards the future, towards electric cars, what's the new design's going to be? There's just so many options at this point, so.
Yeah, I guess I just want some, what is our standard, Rena? 1 per 1,000 square feet? I thought it was by table. For retail. Or for it's for restaurant.
I know in our new code, which is what I'd rather focus on,
That's
we standardized it. I don't know if you have that, Leslie, because we didn't do the table versus square footage. I think we just did square footage.
I'd be interested to know, because I remember seeing it, the old one, I think, which was the table, and then there's some square footage in different municipalities. I just want to make sure, because we need to have the loss, we need to, what do they call it? The parking for basically the teaser parking, right? Or whatever. So
Out front, yeah.
people have to know that they can get there. Hopefully, obviously, we're close to a train center, and, hopefully we get other means to get there. So it's not as big of a deal, but parking is obviously, a challenge. So that was the only one I had a concern with out of all the rest of the parking requirements. Just 1 per 1,000. Oh, it's actually this one down here. I see it. 12.2. Right here, 1 space per 1,000 for restaurants. I mean, they have better parking for grocery stores. More parking for grocery stores.
How is that parking going to work? Where does that go?
It doesn't say.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, this is where a parking garage, right? I mean, there's kind of has to be a little bit of a master plan and hope that, the 6 acres generates, facilities that support the rest of the plan. I mean, that's the most interesting thing from SVP's perspective is you have a building that potentially is going to have 90,000 square feet available for a bunch of people who aren't going to be there during the night. So then the parking structure actually could become a revenue source for the city because they can charge parking if they build the structure. But not to go back to what Manuel said, but that's the most interesting thing for me. Because I think it's going to be hard to get a developer.
Yeah, so do you need to define the way that you can mitigate that requirement, or do you just put that, do you pitch in a share of the costs of shared parking in a parking garage? I'm just wondering how this gets translated.
So as the first one marches forward, right, if they have to continually build parking, and as parking most likely is going to be coming down, parking requirements overall, right, because transit's hopefully going to get better, and I say hopefully, but the two should meet at some point. So if somebody builds, let's just say 1,000 spaces, but they end up only needing 800, what happens to the other 200? We don't want to build a bunch of parking and use a bunch of resources through the rest of the downtown if we already have the resource there, right? Is that what you're kind of?
It was even more immediate than that. I'm just I want to build a restaurant on the street. I'm not going to have 10 spots in front of it. I'm not going to build a 10, units behind it. Ideally, the master plan is, but maybe I'm going to share parking with somebody else's development. And so I'm not saying the ratio is wrong. I'm just wondering if we're going to do that, does there need to be language about the ability to? There is?
Yeah, an F, off-site and
apologize.
on-site street parking, so it can be provided off-site but within downtown. So there is that ability to use other parking.
Okay. So in theory, you could lease spaces or a proportion of a parking garage to serve the commercial needs of your ground floor tenants?
Correct.
Wouldn't have to be on your property?
Correct.
Okay.
And you could count any street parking that may be
Sorry, I missed
in
that.
front of your property.
To Matt's point, though, I'm just thinking about this. I mean, do we need to put in any kind of like park share guidelines or?
There is shared parking.
I know it says it's encouraged and up to 20%, right? But I mean, I'm just thinking if parking becomes available at a future date, are they able to not, to leverage that and lease it, like Matt's saying, right? If somebody overbuilds the parking and then has 50 spaces left, can they lease it out to another developer or something like that, right? So, I mean, again, we've seen a lot of massing along El Camino, and most of the massing on the structures on El Camino is to stuff parking underneath the residential and retail. So obviously, to try not to bloat the downtown, we should be smarter and use the resources we have available. Sorry. I mean, so how do we, I guess, maybe add some information, or how can we get that to actually transpire as the developers start building, right? It might not be a question we answer now, but it's just something to think about. I'm going to add it into mine, is like figuring out how,
Seems like something that could be managed by a downtown association or a merchants association. It just, I don't know how it's spelled out in fair amount of detail here, but it's missing the kind of mechanism to make it clear and functional, and I'm not sure this is a place for it. I just wanted to raise that question.
Well, so.
I'll let you do it.
Clear as
Okay,
mud.
Sorry. No, this got adopted, right?
It is, yeah.
Yeah. So the state has adopted a bill, it's Assembly Bill 2097. And it says that a public agency cannot impose any minimum automobile parking requirements on any, so this isn't just residential, so this is different than other state laws, which has been focused only on residential. So it's really any residential, any commercial or other development project that is located within half a mile of public transit as defined. So you did the calculation, we're half a mile.
Yeah.
Yeah.
so even if we have a precise plan, we still can't.
There's a, yeah.
Does it say anything about
There's-
specific plans?
So there is a way for the city to, very legalese here, to submit a preponderance of evidence on why it needs to be provided. So there is some.
I don't know, because we built more than the people at the state. I mean, that's the unfortunate thing. We have all these people at the state who are writing these laws, but they don't actually understand the complexity of development. So they're backing us into a corner for one metric.
So there,
Appreciate it. Sorry, I'm just going to start saying it because
no, I'll
the state's
just
driving me
push back
nuts.
since you're smarter than I am. It's safe. It doesn't say you can't provide parking.
No, it
No,
just
it
says you
doesn't.
can't
So-
require it.
So
You
the
can't require it.
right.
Came to us
So
and said, I don't want to provide your 1 per 200 for my restaurant. We would have a hard time saying no.
got it. So it's the commons issue. If there's parking that's publicly available, why would I pitch in? I just think it's in everybody's interest to ensure that there's parking for their
Something.
Retailers
establishment.
would. I mean,
So.
in the current climate, they have a.
Well, but what scares me is, right, is that most developers are looking at the retail, or not, sorry, the housing, right? And the retail is kind of the leftover at the bottom. Yeah. So they're not, I mean, and this is where I think that we really need to inflict a very difficult and very expensive pain if they don't lease out the retail, because they will not lease it. I mean, the 575 Benton still does not have a tenant, and That's unfortunate. I've sent a few over there, and unfortunately, their rates of what they're asking per square footage is just astronomically higher than the established retail elsewhere in the city, so getting a vendor over there has been difficult, but, yeah, I think if we can't require it, we can't require it. I guess it's kind of a moot point, but I still think this is why it's even probably more imperative that the city kind of steps up to the plate, or that the master developer who puts in the RFP or responds to the RFP, we put in some very good guidelines that, hey, our expectation is we need a parking structure out of our 6 acres. That's probably how it's gonna have to be. It's part of the RFP. We have to have it because most likely, and it will benefit the rest of the downtown, because again, we won't have the massing. So okay,
And just
sorry.
to circle back on restaurant parking, the proposed zoning code update has 1 space per 200 square feet. What we have in the precise plan is 1 per 1,000.
5X. It just seemed really high. So, all right. But it's kind of a moot point since the state already took that constraint away, so.
I had a question. I know for Parade Day, the university is very helpful by allowing us to borrow their Alviso parking garage because the weekends aren't very busy at the campus. Is that something relationship-wise with the downtown that the university can continue doing for weekends, like some kind of shared parking?
I'm really not in a position to make that decision for the university. I think discussions about it, the university would be open to discuss it and see what kind of impact it would have. Part of the direction the university is going is we've been doing more and more night classes. So we're seeing that garage fill up till 8, 9 o'clock at night. And then with the hopeful plan of a new performing arts center, which hopefully will be very close to the parking garage in some location, that'll have an impact too. But again, I think the university might be open to some discussions about if it's available, can it be used? We want to be a partner with this downtown project. That's been said from day one. So we want to see this project come to fruition. We want to be a part of it. We want to make sure it's successful. So it's open for discussion, I think.
I guess Newsom's gonna have to walk into the French Laundry then from now on. All right, so 12.3G. Yeah, I don't give up, do I? All developments with 10 or more residential units shall have 20% of all parking spaces to be equipped with level 2 EVCS units providing 7 kW or more per charging head.
Can we say a minimum?
What?
Minimum of 20%.
Okay,
I think we talked about this like the first day somehow we got over here, but
a minimum?
on that note, yeah.
That's fine.
Did we miss 12.1, table 12.1? I just didn't, it says.
Oh, I did miss it. Oh, you're right, thank you, sorry.
No, you touched on it.
No, I somehow, yeah, I somehow jumped over it, but that's my fault. So I'll jump back after let me jump back. So minimum spaces, 20%, okay.
Can I ask a question on that? I apologize again. Has the city adopted reach codes? So there's a rework. There's a requirement in the reach codes, I'm assuming, that were adopted. And there's it's complicated. There's 3 different classifications of electric charge. Are you familiar?
Yes, has to be like electric ready, number of active.
So there's a way of doing it that it's essentially cost neutral with the existing reach codes and has 100% of the spots. So maybe this would just take some additional exploration before we lock in.
So the challenge is, if we're proposing anything different from an EV standpoint, because it does interrelate with Title 24, that would essentially be an amendment to our reach code. Yeah. And we would actually have to do like feasibility analysis, like that makes sure that it's not going to be too, it's not going to make a project like not pencil or not feasible. Right. There are various different things we have to send to the state whenever we change things that affect Title 24. But some people here might know more about that than I.
So we could change them. I'm just saying that at the state level and in a number of cities, there's a process of changing those codes because there's a cost-neutral way of expanding significantly the.
I'll jump in on that. I mean, the city did adopt its own REACH code. And as part of that, we did include our own EV requirement, EV charging requirement. That was something the city council discussed and put forward actually in the fall of 2021. And then we submitted it to the state and it came back from the state in, I want to say July or August last year and got incorporated into our code. And then we did adopt the new building code, which gets updated every 3 years and often includes standards for those sorts of things as well. And some of the things that we had put into our REACH code kind of became redundant with the what the state had done. But our EV charging requirements are still more advanced than what's in the general building code. But it is adopted and it's a citywide thing. So I would just say as a general comment, when working through this plan, we should be focusing on things that specifically relate to the downtown. And it makes sense, is there a reason that the downtown should have a different EV charging standard than otherwise throughout the city? That'd be a question I might ask.
Yes.
And if you think so, then, you can always put in something that's higher here, of course, than what's in the code, but it may become obsolete too down the road when the code gets updated, as it does every 3 years.
What is the updated REACH code? Are you already at 20% or no? If you're under 20%. And the reason I say this is because the primary lines have to be able to be sized, the transformer has to be sized, the MSB, all of it has to be sized for EVC stations because they pull 100% of their load at the time they're charging instantaneously. So they are one of the most demanding electrical appliances that you are going to connect to a service, and it's very, very difficult to upgrade them later. I can't tell you. I put in PG&E services specifically for EVC stations on site. So it's, and as electric cars continue to be more prevalent, I mean, even 20% I'm finding on buildings is still not enough.
Yeah, so
So it's challenging, but I get it.
I just can use multifamily as an example because it's by use. So basically, what our precise plan is saying is that the infrastructure should be there for all parking spaces. In the REACH code, the example is for multifamily buildings that have 20 multifamily dwelling units or more, you have to provide one level 2 EV-ready space for each of the first 20 dwelling units. And then for additional dwelling units above the 20, 25% of them have to be one level 2 EV-ready space, and then 75% of them have to be at least one low-power level 2 ready space.
We only dictate level 2, which has a pretty wide range. I think it's like 2.6 kW all the way up to 15.6. Otherwise, you got to go, yeah.
So basically where the difference is the precise plan is just saying all parking spaces should have the ability to have the infrastructure there.
See, but that's the problem. They say the infrastructure, and then what happens is they'll give the conduit and say the infrastructure's there, but the service and everything behind it, can't support it, so then you're ripping out an MSB, a SVP transformer, primary lines have to get upgraded, Manuel has to get involved to see if the primary line can even carry the load. I mean, it's a big deal. So that's the reason I bring it up, is because people aren't thinking about the actual KVA load of these
Well, there is a
systems.
definition of 208, 240 volt, 40 amp circuit with outlet for level 2 ready, included in the REACH code.
That'll be your 7.6 kW at 40 amps, so that's good. All right, I'll jump back.
Excuse me, before we move on, this comment on 12.3H that Dan added.
We're not there.
In red? Oh, I thought you were jumping.
No, I'm only on the first one of 12.3G, and then they told me that I missed 12.2. So I'm going to jump back, and then we'll come back. Sorry. 12.1. So table 12.1. So let me go back to table 12.1. So sorry about that, everybody. So churches should not be allowed in the shop front or retail area ready areas. dwelling units are should be permitted in the retail-ready areas. Please confirm. So, meaning that retail-ready, day one, they're going to have, dwelling units in there now, and that they will be converted at a later date. Planning Commission to review and approve all CUPs within the zone. So just want to make sure that planning, again, has a public meeting. Lobbies and offices should not be allowed along Franklin Street for the first 90 feet of all streets as discussed above. So we've already been through that. Auto showroom should be allowed, new or classic vehicles. So that was one thing that I found kind of interesting because Tesla has a place in Santana Row. Lucid has one in the mall. Rivian has, some of the new car manufacturers are not the old mom and pop, Ford, Chevrolet, and they're more technology, whatever you want to call them. So I still think, they shouldn't be completely nixed from the option, especially classic vehicles and stuff. I've seen some of the dealers, I think they have the showroom and stuff. It's kind of fun to walk around. It actually brings in a draw, even though most people won't actually buy them. It's still something interesting to look at, and it's actually kind of art. If the older ones are art.
I have a question about the churches.
Yes.
I assume the concern there is that space that's not being utilized through
Correct.
most of the week. But we're not allowed to regulate a church differently than any other assembly use. So if you have some kind of, space where groups can gather and have events, we can't really distinguish between people gathering for a religious purpose and people gathering for any other purpose, if you will. So we just have to be, we'll have to look at that issue carefully.
I think it's the specific use of a church, right? Because like you said, it's only being used at very specific times, and the whole idea is to create synergy. So it's not to nix it. It's as an assembly. I totally understand where you're coming from. And so, yeah, take a look at it and let us know. It's really just making sure that it's going to be a live, activated pedestrian, experience. Otherwise, it's just going to be, it could potentially just be a very long, dark walk past this assembly area. That's the key. So let us know.
Yeah, no, well, we're
Thanks.
going to run actually all of these changes and the whole code really by the attorney's office because they need to review it anyway. They need to review it. They'd review it, but some of the things we were talking about around signage, type of assembly use, that stuff they'll definitely weigh in on.
Okay, thanks. And then data centers, Dan said never. I'm somewhat open to it, but very concerned. I don't think it's going to be a big deal, but it's one of those things.
Yeah, but we had that in San Jose. We had that supposedly retail mall. It was beautifully built, died. They put a data center on it, and it just killed the business in downtown San Jose. So
There's not enough space down there.
there's no people there. There was nothing. It was
Personally,
atrocious.
I would say no. I don't, because they don't bring anything. Again, to the same point about the churches, it's such limited activity after the construction and maintenance, that it doesn't serve the purpose of the vision of the downtown.
So what
we
if I
don't
want,
normally allow them in this kind of district as a single use thing, right?
Yeah, but I think we just need to add it, right? Especially being Santa Clara and cheap power, we need to say that it can or cannot be here specifically because
I'd be very clear.
Yeah.
they.
I think he's agreeing with that.
Oh, okay. Okay, perfect. Thanks, Andrew. Sorry.
so you're
Yeah.
We missed you, by the way.
So just to clarify, if I wanted to put a data center on the 8th floor of my office building, we're saying no to that also.
Well, I
Well,
think
I
it's
think-
data center specific, not office.
Not
Like if you
serving
do a
office.
30 rack data center for your corporate core, that's not a data center. That's
So
a
you're
that's
talking
an
about
MDF room.
independent data center.
Independent. The sole purpose
Yeah.
of the lease space is to serve data center.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I'd absolutely agree.
Not MDF, IDF rooms, all that kind of stuff. You're going to have racks in every building. You're going to have them in residential. So.
12.3B.
All right. I missed 12.3B2. 12.3B2, add that the building expansion cannot increase more than 25% of the existing floor area. Need to discuss few scenarios with existing structures. So to 12.3B2. Applies the standards, a change of use of existing. Do you remember this one? A replacement of an existing, oh, this is a replacement of an existing building that does not result in the increase of floor area by more than 25%. Right? So this,
Yeah, relating to parking requirements.
yeah, so if somebody adds on 25%, then but they already said that the parking requirements have already been removed, so it's really kind of a moot point again, so.
Leslie, I have a question. Is the whole downtown within a half mile?
Oh, yeah.
I think maybe like Madison doesn't make it.
Okay.
I'll get
Portola Valley within a half mile, or Woodside, I'd like to know, and if not, I'd like to get a bus stop up there tomorrow. It seems like these are all written one way. I'm like, I don't see that many people walking to the train station from a half mile, so, but, you know. Maybe from Sacramento, they can see them.
Just, I'm having a hard time judging the distance, so I was just, is it the whole downtown?
No, it's not the whole downtown.
Yeah, but we'll get there. There'll be a
All right. I'm gonna move past this one, because you can take a look, but
as far as the parking garage?
no, it has to do with the standards within this section shall apply to all residential and non-residential development and/or redevelopment within the precise plan boundaries. Compliance with these standards is not required in the following instances, and that's if you replace an existing building that does not result in an increase of floor area by more than 25%. So somebody SBP could technically, if it's 90,000, just call 100,000 square feet, adds 25,000 square feet, they wouldn't have to add any parking. And I think that's that's big. Adding a little bit, sure, but adding a lot, I mean, and depending on what the use is, so I found it interesting, but again, if the state has removed that because they see all these people taking the train and not using cars from Sacramento, then, well. 12.3B2B. Dan, you want to go for it?
Well, okay, again, it's been a while since I've read this, but I think it said, the text said it would create a 25% share. I'm trying to remember what that was. And what the point was, is if you had a parking lot near the offices and the theater entertainment area, it would create more than that share. Also, as mentioned in past meetings, the chain is comfortable with the theater under a parking structure. In fact, 2 chains are. And then just to restate, no off-site parking in downtown.
No off-site parking from downtown off-site, right? So they can build it anywhere within the downtown, just not outside of the 10 blocks.
Just a flat Campbell
So not
block.
their own specific site, so if they were in block 3, they could still use parking.
Saying he doesn't want any flat surface.
Yeah, no.
Oh, no flat surface
At
parking.
all in the 10 blocks.
Can we dictate that, or has the state said that we have to have flat surface parking? It's quite asking for a friend.
You could say no, surface.
The worst.
Yeah,
The streets will
Not
have
including
parking,
the
but that's not flat
absolutely.
park,
On-site,
right?
on-site.
There was
right away.
there was a few sections in here that they talked about allowing a certain amount of flat parking, and we're saying, no, that's not a good use of the land, right? We know better than that, so, what Dan's saying, and I think it was put in somewhere else, Dan, that we don't want any flat parking whatsoever.
Question, even as an interim use?
And how long's the interim use? And who,
I'm just saying, a lot of times.
Who is managing that timetable?
I'm just saying, it's one thing so you will never see parking there, and if someone demos a building and they have a multi-phased project and they want to use parking, I'm not saying that would be the permanent, I'm just saying you might want to actually provide quick access to whatever's getting developed there.
I think temporary use for like construction, that's something different. Interim use is what I would consider, like somebody builds a building and says, oh, I'm going to leave half of my lot available for a future building because either funding or just plans or whatever market conditions, and saying that, hey, I'm going to use it as an empty lot. I think that's what I see as interim versus, temporary construction parking or something like that. I don't consider
No,
that
but
like
interim then.
You have to be
interim.
determined as that, yeah.
I mean, like parking, like they pave it, they striped it, they have the ADA compliance, all that.
And as it's getting built, of course, you're gonna have surface parking. You know, as we're going from blocks A, B, C, D, E.
I think
But
the biggest
once it's
challenge,
concluded, there should not be a slotted, permitted area just for surface parking.
I have a hard time with that because mostly because, again, who's gonna manage it? Yeah, the interim, how long, and like Leslie?
The market.
But that's the problem, right? I mean, interim can turn into decades really fast, right? We saw that already. So I think it's better to say no, and if they want to have an exception, they can go back to planning and give us a reason why. Like, hey, I bought the lot and I'm only going to build half of it because the finance, I need to do an
Give
interim.
them a period of time.
And you give them a period of time. You set up an agreement. Yeah,
Okay, I'm just throwing my opinion here.
yeah.
I don't think someone who's interested in developing is going to be so enticed by the revenue they're making on surface parking that they won't redevelop the lot for a higher and better use where they could probably get just as much parking into an intensified building. It's really going to be until the market is ready for when that building develops, that surface area stays. And that might be when you want to really provide accessibility to the retail that's there because you want that visibility. There's not a there yet, So I'm just saying that I'm personally not seeing why someone would keep a surface parking lot when there was a market for redeveloping. Because they're making so much revenue on the
But you've seen that in downtown San Jose, that we've had private parking surface lots there, that the owners of those lots were holding out, even though people wanted to develop them, they were still holding out on those properties for years. And that's one of the problems we had in downtown San Jose is there were so many surface lots that broke up connecting the downtown and caused a dark area. So I don't know the answer, but.
Well, obviously, I say capital gains, right? Like, so, as the old owners still have and haven't transferred it down to their children yet, once it's reassessed, the capital gains gets reassessed. So a lot of times it's a game of hold it for a little bit longer. Benton was one of them for the Viso family, right? Jimmy was still alive at the time. It got reassessed with the entitlements for 575 Benton, and now the capital gains is reset. So, and with the current market conditions, with the interest rates going up, construction costs still retaining pretty high because labor rates have already been increased, even though somewhat of the commodity prices have started to come down. I can absolutely see even people who have entitlements right now are going to hold out because the market is in a potential free fall, and they're not going to bite off a $100-200 million project without knowing what the future holds, and so they could potentially hold on to it. Then corporations within the company, they have different, issues, so they might not be able to come back to this for decades, but still hold on to it because they think they're going to be able to come back to it, and it could just sit there for a very long time. So I would much rather say no surface parking, and again, we can create an exception when it needs to be, but not a rule, because we've lived with a flat parking lot long enough.
And so is the Fox Theater San Jose to that point. At 35, 40 years.
Yeah. I always try to put the worst case scenario out to make sure that, we're thinking about it, because,
But we see your point. I mean, if it's again, if it's developing and you got a slice of land, but how do you police that?
How do you police it? Who's going to manage it? That's my big concern.
So I think we say no with exceptions. And they come to council or planning or whoever, and it's 6 months, and they renew.
Yeah. And they get actually, you know what, can we do a use permit? There you go. So let's just put it in as the only way to get flat parking is to get a use permit, and there will be a time limit set. What was it, 5 years maximum, based on the city lease terms?
Look at us.
And we're going to get, we're going to get feedback from Sergeant about development, how cities have gone. And they might, if they say, warning, don't do this.
Yeah.
Let us know.
I mean, again, these are all just where our logic is coming from, and but we're, yeah.
And I'm sorry, wait. Chair, aren't we supposed to go to public comment after each page or no?
Page, which we already got through 11, so this is 12. I had to jump back because
Okay,
I missed
okay,
two. So
okay, sorry.
we're at 12G now on the second one, so. I know you guys have these reach clauses, but I'm just giving you some really good feedback on chargers. So all dual head chargers should be individually fed for maximum output of charger. Again, people are annoyed when they can't, they have to do split sharing. Where applicable, EVCS units shall be in the center front-to-front parking aisles to allow chargers to serve multiple spots. So this is actually one place where I think the code is completely screwed up because they actually require a charging head to be available at every parking spot to get it counted. But the way we do it in at least the commercial world to save money and, the capacity on the electrical system is we'll put it in the middle of 4 spots, and then the systems now are smart enough to text you or email you or what have you. So even if the person has left the site for somewhere else and has left their car plugged in, someone else can go and unplug it and move it to their car. But the code does not see that as two heads serving 4 stalls, which is interesting to me because it usually only takes about 2 to 4 hours, depending on the vehicle and the charger, to actually charge your vehicle. So you obviously can get multiple out. I have seen multiple squatters sitting in a spot that won't get out of the spot just because they have it. I don't understand it. So they even get mad when you pull the plug out of their car and put it in your own car. Imagine, it's like your car was charged. What was the problem? Not me, but I hear the complaints all the time. Let's see, where applicable, additional spaces that can serve by a single head will be counted at 50%. Again, see, this is me saying that the code's screwed up. An additional 20% of all spaces will be required to have a conduit installed back to the main electrical room. Electrical gear should be sized to support the full load. 40% is what I'd recommend because I think we're headed that way. Only additional infrastructure required to support 40% of all parking spaces shall be panel board with breakers, distribution, transformers if applicable where EVCs are. So you guys can take a look at it from your reach perspective, but I just, where we're headed, I think, again, this is supposed to be thinking to the future. I think we should do that. Dan, 12.3H2.
Okay, so there's no mention of, and I think we've talked about this in past meetings, the connection with the Santa Clara train station.
Open conversation.
So I think that there has to be some conversation or some design where these trolley stops, at least in the downtown. I know we're going to start a.
Sorry, you need to make sure you're talking into the microphone.
Oh, sorry.
Those online can hear you. Thanks.
Yeah, no worries. So, there's no mention of a direct connection between the downtown and the new Santa Clara Transit Hub. I know there's a task force coming up on the transit area, but I think we have to address where the optimal stops would be for such a trolley coming into downtown, be it on Benton, be it on Franklin, be it on Washington, wherever. So
I disagree, Dan, I respectfully disagree with you. I don't think it's our scope as a downtown community task force to be meeting with a VTA, and I don't want to commit this task force to have any meetings on the topic. I do think it's the Transit Commission who should be responsible for those conversations, or if it's ROD or the Old Quad Association, but it's not in our scope, and I keep fighting against the scope creep because everything just makes us take longer to get to resolution.
And just to be clear, so we're talking about the form-based zoning code tonight. That's not really a zoning code item, but in the precise plan, we do talk about the downtown transit network and potential sites for a shuttle. So there is a page on that about, something that the city could pursue with VTA in the future, but not, not dictate.
Recommended stops.
Yeah, so page 56 of the precise plan, if you want to look at that.
Got it.
All right, we'll move to public comment for this page. So if anybody, I don't have anyone here. If anybody from the online Zoom would like to speak, please raise your hand. Leslie will allow you to speak. We already, did we?
Yeah, how about the two?
Oh, I guess the 2 pages,
sign- the
signage and
signage.
parking so
Yeah.
far.
Signage
Part
and
of
parking.
parking, sorry, you're right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks, Butch.
Thank you, Butch.
I see no hands.
Okay, we'll move on. So 12.4A1A, 12.4A1A. Driveway calls out for 14-foot one-way direction, earlier called out as 13.92. So again, this is just a clarification item, and I know this seems tedious, but I think it is important because if they're conflicting between them, then obviously it creates confusion. Figure 12.3. All right. All areas in downtown shall have their parking garages lined on all levels. No unlined floors shall be seen. Discuss treatment options to be included in the form-based code. This is something that we briefly discussed already. I think it's really a great idea to make sure that we don't just have the old, precast parking walls and just, again, it creates a dark spot along the walk. So creating something to make it integrated into the facade, I think is a really good idea. Dan, you want me to read them? You're next.
Either way.
I'll read them, I don't mind. Strongly disagree with the parking entrances on Washington Street, especially north of Franklin. It was traditionally all retail and would be the place for louder venues, music, etc. The Old Quad Residents Association would not want west of Main. So you're talking about, because this is where
So
all stories are allowed on Washington
Yeah,
Midway, right?
I'm seeing entrances and exits out onto Washington, which is, it appears to be a service street, quote unquote. And traditionally that was retail in the, 20s through 50s. And I also think, as I've mentioned before, it's going to be a hotspot for music for Santa Clara students. If you put that music venue down towards Monroe, you're going to have a lot of complaints.
I think the tough part is, right, we kind of looked at this, and you can see here on the diagram of 12.3 or figure 12.3, these two blocks are going to be difficult to get parked, right? Because you have Benton, which is basically a thoroughfare, right, coming down, the same as Lafayette, so it blocks those two. And then the way that we have the open space on Franklin really only gives us one panel to actually enter and exit on this side. And then this side came in because we wanted to get Main Street back, so we thought earmark them. And then obviously we've been talking about a parking structure along Homestead, Lafayette, so we added that.
But back up, so Washington North, you're talking about a parking garage there?
Parking entrance into the donut. Each development's gonna have their own parking, so they have to be able to get into it. And it's 13 feet and then it's only, it has to have a 13-foot and then a minimum of 2-foot spacing, but the center pylon has to be carried up through so that it matches, so you don't have a wider structural member up on the upper floors and then have a little steel column. But it's a minimum of 2 feet, and then you can have another 13, and it's only one drive aisle. It cannot be two drive aisles because, again, traversing across 26 feet of parking in and out is dangerous for pedestrians.
And you don't think Benton is an appropriate way in, even though it's not as wide as Homestead?
Yeah, a challenge and backup.
Thirty feet max along a 300-foot.
300 foot, it's less than 10%.
I mean,
No, I mean, it's challenging, right? Because we're looking at all of it and kind of thinking, okay, well, how do you not impact, traffic flow, right? And still get into the development. So essentially the two on Washington here, Dan, in these two blocks would really be more just the parking for whatever's included within the development, that specific parcel. The idea is down here in this lower parcel at Lafayette and Homestead, this would be where hopefully the garage is next to the building SBP's wanting to look at. That's why we increased having it across this whole backside. Also, it abuts up against commercial. So, and this is not a major, it's not as major of a light as Benton.
Okay, because that does not look like just 30 feet of 300.
What they're saying is that you can,
Oh, I see.
Yeah,
I
it's
got you.
saying where it can occur. It can't occur in the first 90 feet of either side because they don't want you to turn the corner and have to turn into a parking stall. They want it to be,
And the max is?
13, 2, and 13, so 28 feet is the
26.
28, 20.
2 feet in between.
All right.
Huh?
Standard driveway width is 26 of a two-way.
26.
driveway.
Yeah.
So you're adding 2 feet.
2
to
feet
the
to
building
it.
or
It's 28, yeah,
So it's 10, 13% of the street.
10%. Around here?
Because we wanted to extend the potential access to a garage along These are just the potential areas,
I got you.
Right.
Okay, I got it.
All right.
Okay. Thank you.
No worries. Let's see, 13.1 new, can there be an exemption in which decorative flooring terrazzo from a business can flow into the public sidewalk, theater special, outdoor seating, et cetera?
This is something that somebody brought up to me that in the 20s through 40s, that theaters would push their terrazzo out to the street. And it was a pretty good way of, I mean, I don't know if it still can be done, but that might be something that we want to consider.
could be slippery potentially.
Right, so.
Legal.
Yeah, true.
It may be possible, it would have to go through an encroachment permit with Public Works, and there would have to be some sort of agreement.
Yeah.
And it doesn't necessarily have to
But
be
they are
terrazzo.
able,
Yeah,
Right.
it doesn't.
but they, yeah, and terrazzo is a bad word with me that I'm putting in
In the old
hundreds of
days, it
thousands of
was. and
square
you
feet of
did
that
slip.
stuff. What about though, they can, if they're not in the public right of way and they allow like a forecourt or something,
Yeah.
they can obviously do their
Not in the
entire,
public right away, they
they can
can,
do their entire property. So it's just the public right of way. So I want to be clear because I think in our mind, the public right, it's sometimes hard to delineate where the public right of way stops and where the private development starts because of the setbacks and the way it kind of integrates into it. So we got to just make sure we all understand that the public right of way will have some sidewalk, but the expectation is there's a setback on a lot of
From
these
the property
fronts
line to the
that they can utilize.
curb, basically. That's what we're talking about.
All right, 13.1B. 13.1B, applicability. Section needs to be rewritten to require the standards to be enforced unless there is an extreme circumstance that will not permit the standards to be followed. The zoning administrator should not be allowed to determine if the standard can be used as a guideline without a public meeting to gather input from the neighborhood and community. All right, he says change the community, and the public notices should go out citywide. I think we have that's probably not something that we could do, but I think we could do probably the 1,000 feet, right? Whatever, we have an extended distance now, right?
Well, not now. It is 1,000 feet or like subject to the discretion of the director. So if you want to be more specific here, yeah. This is noticing.
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we want to make sure, I think a lot of time and energy and money from the city has gone into this, and it's not like this is like, let's throw it on the wall, see what sticks. I mean, we spent a lot of time, making sure that the requirements allowed a lot of creativity and flexibility while still making sure that it, maintains or will at least hopefully result in our vision. So again, I don't want, it worries me to see language that it's like, oh, well, it's too tough, give me an exemption. And it's like, no, let's make sure it's like, yeah, you can go get the exemption, but it's going to be a process. It's not going to be, extremely easy, but,
I see.
Oh,
okay.
and again, because I think a lot of times there are creative solutions for every single problem when it comes to building. I mean, I haven't found one yet that I haven't been able to figure out, so. This section is written to protect the health, safety, and welfare of the immediate occupants, neighborhood, and therefore the input of these parties shall be required to deviate from these standards. So,
Sorry, could you,
Yeah.
the note here, could we just go back to the noticing?
Yeah.
I'm reading the note. I don't think, you didn't mean to say public notices should go out citywide.
You guys, Dan, red comments.
Yeah,
That's like that's super expensive.
That's why I said, I don't think we could do that, but
Super
1,000 feet,
The
I,
Yeah,
social
no,
media.
but did we agree then on 1,000 feet, or what's the?
citywide, 19 square miles. Look at Leslie. No,
But we actually just don't notice anything citywide.
no,
We never do that.
I mean, would 1,000?
Yeah, no, through social, but not like mailed notices in the sense that we're talking about here.
Nah, come on.
I don't,
Wait a minute.
they're applying for a sign, come on, no.
I'm sorry.
You want me to read B?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's been so long.
The following standards apply to all new development or whenever below mentioned features are introduced to an existing development. The sections below shall be applied as standards unless strict compliance is determined by the zoning administrator to be incompatible with the requirements of other departments or agencies, in which case they may be applied as guidelines. In this case, where the zoning administrator determines that deviations from the strict interpretation of any standard in this section is appropriate, the zoning administrator shall also seek to ensure that the obvious intent of each standard is still met.
And to be clear, this is for just the items listed in this section, so it's not for everything. It's
All right.
I-
utility things.
I understand.
Okay.
But I
I'm gonna add-
I have a job where I'm need to hit 10-foot-6 ceiling, and my contractor goes, let's just tell them it's 9.2. I'm like, well, can we at least take a look at it?
So I do want to tell folks a little bit about how people communicate about things, the standard practices. So we obviously send out notices in the mail to a designated distance. We also, depending on the size of the project, will send out social media citywide. You obviously have to be a follower of our social media, right? The city's social media. And now what I actually think is more relevant for a effort like this is that we have email lists that people sign up for so that if anything is happening in the downtown, you can get notified. And that's actually probably the most efficient way for people to keep tabs on any activity. So I guess we can find a distance, right, that people feel comfortable with in terms of people getting mail notices. But I do know that a lot of the people who are in this room today aren't going to get a mailed notice, right? It's going to be that you signed up for that email list and you're getting notified about everything that's going to a public hearing related to the downtown.
Right. And the gist of the concern is there's been so much work in this. But if those folks are notified via email, they'll be on it.
Yeah, I think the 1,000 feet, because that would be considered as a major project, right?
Yes.
And this is a major.
That's the
I think that's
most
fair.
we currently notice.
I'm going to add it to Chapter 1, General Provisions and Administration, where we talk about permitting, that it'll be all projects 1,000-foot notice, and including social media.
Awesome.
And our
Thank you. Well, and it'll go out to whoever's signed up for downtown emails.
Yeah, correct.
I think at that point, hopefully the community is engaged enough to be able to share information.
Is that projects and exceptions?
This is for exceptions.
I wanted to make sure.
Oh, so this is for this would be for any notices, exceptions, applications,
in downtown.
modifications, everything, okay? Sorry, Rob asked. Matt? I feel like the price is right here. Bob Barker, come on down. Sorry. All right, next one. Strike the following. If such locations are infeasible, these services should be inconspicuous locations along the sides of the project sites and should be thoroughly screened from public view. So 13.2A. Such locations infeasible, yeah. So again, just striking it out. So this is for utility access and equipment. So again, I really strongly believe that you can hide all this. You can put an in-ground transformer in, you can shield it behind, like there is no, it's infeasible, because that's what we're gonna hear every time. It's infeasible.
Hard line.
it is always feasible to tuck and hide utilities and the infrastructure needed to support a building. It just might take a little bit of effort and maybe a little more money. So I don't want to be looking at the backside of utilities on the front side of the downtown. So I would like that striked. Again, if they want to apply for an exception, they're absolutely willing to, and then we can hear them out. But by giving that in there, they're going to just lean on that language. All deviations to go through a public meeting process, review for.
Adam, may I ask a quick question on that?
Yes, sir.
When you talk about we can hear them out, I just want to clarify, who is the
Applicant,
we that hears them out? Who is the
public, it would have to go to planning commission as a exception to the form-based code, heard. People can weigh in, and it would be basically a variance.
so planning commission issues a variance?
Correct.
And if it's like
Planning
Silicon
commission
Valley
does issue
Power,
variances.
if Silicon Valley Power is the one that's objecting, how would that get worked out?
I mean, I know what you're asking, but again, I haven't seen where you couldn't put an underground vault. So, I mean,
Yeah.
I get it, but again, I don't get it. So I want to make sure that if the city has the problem, if SVP has the problem, then they can come voice it. But again, they need to be very clear on why they can't do something or why they can't tuck it. Again, the contractor can tuck a lot of stuff within their project. I mean, it's not really SVP that's going to dictate what they can't or can't do. You have the UG 1000, which clearly states how to feed, bring in primary lines and what the requirements are for the service and transformers. So I don't see the issue with them saying it's infeasible with the amount of land that's available. So
Is, just to be clear on the terms, we're not using the term variance, right? It's an exception?
it's an exception.
Okay.
Okay. And are we talking about public utilities or just private
All utilities.
utilities?
I mean, I don't want to see a bunch of gas, you can see when you have apartment complexes and you see 32 gas mains out there. It's like, I don't want to see a bunch of gas meters while we're all walking along the street. I mean, this isn't back of house. I mean, there's alleyways, right? Again, this isn't saying that you can't put them in the open, but it's not on the public facing side. That's the thing that is the concern, which is if you want to put them in an alleyway, you want to put them in a mechanical yard that's shielded and screened nicely, that meets the other requirements of the form-based code, more power to you. No issues. Just don't want the back of house facing the pedestrian experience.
What's the Silicon Sage project? That's got all kinds of things
Yeah.
around it.
I mean, it's just, or you see all the fan coils out hanging off the side of the wall. I mean, it's just, yeah. Silicon Sage is not, yes, by far, on multiple fronts.
It's true.
It's true.
It is true.
Okay, 13.2B1, all mechanical, okay, I think I said that, right? Porches. Oh, no.
Oh, no.
No, this is it. All mechanical and electrical equipment shall not be placed in front yards, porches, doorways, landings, balconies, courts, forecourts, paseos, passages, side yards, et cetera, facing the public right of way. Again, this is even their private utilities. We see a lot of times having fan coils out on a front porch. Again, if it's up in the setback on the, at the fourth floor level, feeding down the DX lines, that's fine. But to put it out on the front porch and make us all listen to it and hear it and see it turn on and boom every time you walk by, no.
Unfortunately, it's
The public view.
oftentimes an afterthought, and that's the failure of the developer or the architect.
You're right. I should change
to account for it.
public view.
And we just don't want to give them, we don't want them to come and say, oh, well, there's, it's the only place we can do it. Well, you had to think about that, and it also is in terms of drawing review. I mean, this is an important part of it too.
It is, and I mean, again, tucking these devices and putting in maybe a heat pump that's larger with a splitter that goes off into multiple fan coils for units. I mean, there's a lot of technology and parts out there. I'm sure they'll figure it out. I just don't want to be looking at it, especially with, All right, for mechanical equipment that generates noise, smoke, or odors, shall be run and installed on the front of the building. So this is again kind of going to.
Roof.
Yeah, well, we want it to go to the roof, right? but I'm just trying to think like kitchen exhaust fans, dryer vents, looking at them at the front of the building and seeing all of these little pop-outs and service yards and seeing all the steam and the odors and everything coming out. I mean, again, if we're focused on the pedestrian experience, then they need to use the construction means and methods to reduce those kind of nuisances, and that's going to the roof. Such but not limited to restroom fans, trash room exhaust, right? Kitchen exhaust, plumbing venting, air supply vents to be located on the roof for non-public facing facades to maintain aesthetics, no side discharge in public facades. So no discharge of anything.
Rooftop bars, what are you going to do there?
Well, it's a part of the roof, right? It's not gonna be the whole thing. Add trash bins and other waste containers that generate noise and other odors should be located. So in here, service entrances, waste disposal, and other similar service areas should be located adjacent to the alley and take their access from it. On lots with no alley, these alleys should be located as far away from and screened from views of the public right of way. So trash enclosures should be prohibited. So that's one, and the reason that we brought this up is they roll them out into the public all the time. And again, it's gonna be out there. It's gonna be out there the day before. It's gonna be out there the day after, so that means 3 days, we're gonna see trash bins out on the public right of way. So what they need to do is have their trash enclosures accessible for the trucks to grab them and not have to roll them out into the public, So get them from an alleyway, get them from, even Santana Row coming up on this one. Building design should allocate and integrate space for waste services to be provided and maintained without being visible from the public right of way. What this stems from is if everybody's gone to Santana Row, right out in front of Maggiano's, look across where the old Chili's, I think it's Fogo de Chao's, thank you. So right off to, left, going into the development, there's the big opening of the side of the building for the trash waste. It's like, you couldn't have screened that? But Maggiano's tastes better that way. It tastes better that way. So, no, that's the point, right? Seeing examples of how they've just missed little details, but they've added, even now that when you're playing out in that court with your kids and stuff, you look over there and, sometimes they'll even be running the trash compactor at 8 o'clock, and it's like, really? So, anyway, we're just trying to get them to think about good design for the long-term benefits of the entire 10-block area, right? This is going to benefit every developer down there and the public right-of-way as well. So, located in alley or off parking area. When required to be on the public right-of-way, the room should be closed from the public view and by means of a door, so some kind of better access. The doors should be required to match the aesthetic of the building facade. Standard roll-up doors are not allowed, so that's corrugated doors. It needs to be something more unique that integrates in. Think cast doors like Disneyland and how they, no, these are cast doors, not like cast like casted, but like cast members, right? Those doors are kind of hidden. They're integrated into Frontierland, future, no, seriously, Tomorrowland, all of it, right? You barely even notice that the door is there. And that's what we're looking for is, this is the one time you can Mickey Mouse us. So, 13.2C1, 13.2, I think I'm gonna just jump through the rest of it because it's only a page and a half. So I think that way we can get through it and then we'll take public comments. So please bear with us, people in the public. Let's see here, 3.2C1, 3.2C, maybe C1, fence wall post. All buildings shall have fiber connections to main utility infrastructure. 3.2, wait, where am I? 13, I'm too far, 13.2C1, telecommunication devices. What? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm like, do you need to go?
Can I just call? Can I just?
Yeah. Well, let's take a. I could use the restroom anyway. Can we take a 5-minute?
Sounds good.
Let's take 5 minutes. Sorry, bear with us. We'll come back on at 8:47.
My daughter got locked out of the house. Well, my wife's gone, and I thought she'd leave my other daughter to let the other daughter in. Well, she took the daughter, so now.
I want a DVR.
Now she
Back. Oh, no, yeah, we're all back. So, all right, we're going to end the break. And then I would like to remind everybody, please pick up the microphone and speak into it, because if it's this far away, they can't hear anything. So we're going to have to make sure you talk into it, please.
That's me, huh?
Yes. So, I'm not pointing at you, but it is you. So, all right, where did I leave off here? Through C1, okay, so 13.2D. So natural gas meters shall not be located where visible from the public right of way. If located along the street facing facade, the meter shall be screened with materials that match and integrate into the building design facade. So again, more of the same. 13.2E1, same language needs to be added, revised to require the access of and enclosures to be fully screened and integrated into the building design. See above note 3, same thing. 13.3, fencing considered more residential fencing is considered more residential and should not be visible from the public right of way. Materials that could be used are primarily wood and metal. Walls are considered more commercial and should be integrated into the associated building facade. Materials that could be used are primarily metal, stone, brick, concrete, plaster block, etc. A mix of materials is okay if the design integrates into the associated building facade. Rob, you want to take this one?
Yeah.
Yeah, go for it.
I mean, basically, you know, there's a wood privacy fence that you'll see in most residential, you know, houses or whatnot, and they divide two properties. But what looks really odd is to put that type of fence against a commercial building or a multi-unit building. It just doesn't, and I don't even think they look good in front yards. I've seen some corner lots where they're in the front yard and you're just like, no, that's a privacy fence between properties, not in front. So the whole goal here is to make sure that whatever is built, whether it's a wall or a fence, that it integrates into the design of the building. That's the main thing here, but, you know, yeah.
I have to turn it back on. So these are kind of examples, right? And where you have a block and a wood top fence, so that would be considered more of a commercial, right, entity?
That's, yes.
So we just don't want good neighbor fences, which are primarily residential, and they don't, it's going to make it look weird. Chain link fences is prohibited. Nobody wants to, you know. Materials, huh?
We should add barbed wire too.
Barbed wire, yeah. We'll put it in there.
How are they going to keep me out? Materials should meet industry standard quality levels. Do not use, i.e. cheap fabricated pre-manufactured fencing, bare block walls, panel wood fencing, etc. So there are a lot of pre-manufactured, bolt together, erector set fences. Obviously, we don't want that. We would want something more custom and unique. And this isn't to try to drive price, it's to, you know, match the building facade. And then no bare block, right? You don't want to build a cinder block wall without actually skinning it and whatnot.
I mean, looks like a freeway sound.
Yeah, it just looks like a sound wall.
I mean, it could probably be done well in a kind of a modern, there is a way to do it. The thing about, what were you saying about the prefabricated? Yeah, I like to use the example of the Home Depot black metal fence. It just lacks any kind of,
13.
It just is wrong. So, you know, we want creative, inspiring buildings and enclosures. Yeah.
All right, 13.3A1, keep the same distance as stoop stairs and doorways at 24 inches from right of way. So this was fencing. So just keeping it backed up a little bit more. And that would also be more in line with our residential code for fencing as well, for front fences. So just keeping that plain, that little bit of breezeway and planting area. 13.3E3, change over to open. Again, just kind of clarity thing. So over, open.
Go back to the other one and clarify. So it says the current, as written right now, it says 18 inches, but you
make it to 24.
want 24.
We would, yeah. So that way it would match with the stoops and the porches. And then you'd have like a little planter strip. So there, at least there's some kind of, you know.
Softening.
Yeah, not you know, just trying to keep it all the same. change over to open, so that's right down here. Dan, 13.4?
Okay, so again, this could be the wrong location we're talking about. I think it is the right location. So we have, I think, 8 left of the original cast lampposts on the old Franklin Street. There's a couple, I believe, close to Lafayette. Sanjeev knocked one down, we never found it.
Yeah, I keep forgetting to follow up with Manuel.
What I want to suggest is that we cast all, and those are the original 1920s. They're not the 1940s. So these are Art Deco bases that were changed from what we can tell from the photographs at 2 spires with the lights, which are easily replaceable up top. Cities do it all the time. In the 50s, they changed it to the modern 50s look. We want those replaced up and down Franklin.
So Dan, is that the style we have on campus? Because we restored those lights. I know we took off all the modern hardware. So.
No, well, we're talking about the base. I'm not sure on what you did up top, but the base, if you look right on the old Franklin Street.
Okay, do we want to try to keep them consistent since we're trying to connect the entire downtown? So
The street lights in Santa Clara are different, I believe.
Okay.
The ones on Franklin?
Yeah.
Paseo?
We
I mean, we used.
Franklin, I'm thinking of the other ones you guys.
No. These are the originals on Franklin. We
have to
restored when we put the Paseo in.
Yeah.
And I know that the tops were modified.
Right.
We went back to the originals.
Good.
So my recommendation would be if we could look at those and see if it would work through the entire downtown to connect it.
Yes.
Because again, the whole idea is Franklin Street from the Transit Mall connecting all the way through the downtown.
Correct.
So if I could just note that.
Do you mind sending a picture?
Sure.
Next time you're on site?
Yeah. I've walked by it.
I'll try to get out there, but. Yeah.
I walk by it every morning to walk.
Well, I know,
by
that's why I figured I'd ask on your way in, just.
Yeah, I can do
No,
that.
that's great.
I appreciate it.
Butch, thank you.
Thank
So,
you.
and if you want, if they're different, on the base, I'll send all you guys the base shots.
Okay. Thanks, Dan.
You bet.
I'll follow back up with Manuel and tomorrow about the light pole that Silicon Sage took down. It still should be sitting in the Martin yard after 3 years. Do we want to add any dark sky lighting requirements? Are you guys going to update the building ordinances to include dark sky and light shedding and
Can I
all that?
ask what you mean by that? Because dark sky usually means that there is a certain amount of lumens that it can't exceed, right?
Can't bleed up. So it has to have shields, it has to direct down and out, so you're not supposed to be bleeding light up. So
And the bulb is not visible.
Other municipalities in the area have started implementing dark sky requirements. I think it actually is it's actually a good thing, and it's also, they limit how much light you can actually shed onto an adjacent property as well, directly, not unshielded. So
I just want to balance
it's just a
that
question.
with making it feel like it's a safe, well-lit place.
Yeah.
That's all.
Yeah, you get that. It's just, they don't want the light going up so you can actually see the stars again, right? And then it would actually help too, because if you had a light, let's say you had a wall pack, right? And that's something that's mounted onto the wall and it's usually shining out and down. And then a lot of times they're not, I better talk into this or he's gonna get mad. Otherwise, they're not shielded. And so what happens is the adjacent occupants up on the upper floors will get light into their unit as well. So by having the shield cap, you still get the light on the ground and the pedestrian, so you still have that safety, but you're not bleeding it into the additional residential and stuff, so. And this is more of a question. I didn't know where you guys were with the ordinances, but hopefully.
We can talk to the team about that just citywide, but if you want to implement something here, you can.
Okay,
I just got verification, Butch is correct. Yep.
I never doubted him.
Nor did I.
We do things right at the university, right?
Okay, 13.4A2, wall pack lighting prohibited where visible from the public right of way. So Wall packs are just really commercial and utility yard driven. They're not very pretty. So again, we're looking for something a little bit more like a wall sconce, which is kind of in this picture here, something more, ornate, right? So just a standard wall pack is usually just a big square that just bleeds a bunch of light.
Or a floodlight.
Or a floodlight, yeah. 13.5C, 13.5C2. Forecourt minimum size seems small at 15 by 15. Should include amenities retail as required for forecourts to activate and a reason for the forecourt to exist. So twofold. One, that says that a minimum of 15 by 15, but it seems like that's not a lot to be able to like entice people in. And then if you're going to do a forecourt, which is kind of a inset from the public right of way into the private realm, there should be a reason, right? It should be really built for outdoor seating, should be some kind of retail, something should draw you into the forecourt. So having some kind of a, a purpose, right? Not just, I did a articulation.
I did a forecourt.
I did it, well, I mean, a lot of times we'll see the bump outs through the buildings to try to break up the horizontal edge, and they don't serve an actual purpose. And so again, we just want to be very purposeful with what we're doing, and it, again, I don't see a ton of areas where that might potentially happen, because obviously they'd be giving up space, but if it does, again, and we'd like to know why he says 15 by 15. Not a huge deal, we're just trying to understand. 13.5G. Roof deck and terrace. Rooftop deck and terrace should not be provided for residents, tenants, but should not only be provided for residents and tenants, but also for public access in some instances. And Dan says it should be mandatory to have at least 2 to 3 in the downtown. Rooftop decks should be open to the public. Rooftop decks open to the public should have multiple amenities to service and encourage activity and gatherings. Rooftop restaurants, bars, other gathering types, retail services. Publicly accessible deck and terraces accompanying a restaurant, bar, coffee house, or other full-service retail space, but is equipped with food service provisions regardless of original use. So again, if you're going to have some kind of amenity, it should be equipped with food services up there, even if you don't intend to use it initially, making sure that it's designed to accommodate them, because over time it probably will lean that way. This should not require an additional community benefit to exceed the base building height listed in figure 6.1. Publicly accessible rooftop deck and terraces shall be prominently and easily identifiable by pedestrians, so it's some kind of wayfinding to make sure that people understand that it is accessible and publicly accessible. Again, we've seen a lot of developments recently, or not recently, but basically every development that has a podium deck has amenities, but only for their own residents. Specifically, the Gateway Crossings project over on Coleman and Brokaw has a lot of public amenity decks on the podium that are visible to the actual ground pedestrian floor, which creates a have and have not situation. So we really want to make sure that if the amenity space is only for the pedestrians, it cannot have a publicly visible frontage. So you can't, yes, if it's only for residents. If it is open for the public or public driven, then absolutely it can be, we would want it to be visible from the pedestrian right away, so that way they know that it is there. So again, it's just, they can have their deck on the backside, that's not a problem, but we don't want to be able to look up and go, oh, that sounds like it's a really fun space. Oh, I can't go. That's all. It's going to need, obviously, ground floor access for ADA compliance and everything. Access shall not be restricted by card key or a barrier during normal operating hours. So again, because I've seen it where, oh yeah, it's accessible, but oh, you don't have a card key. Can't get in.
So on these rooftop terraces, do we have to look at location, especially if we're dealing with locations that could be close to housing units, apartment complexes, things like that? Because
privacy, you mean?
Privacy and noise and sound. Or do you have to put sound limitations on it that says,
Well, the outdoor,
that's why
the ordinance, right? There's a sound ordinance, right?
That's why I put that comment in there, is that it should be designed, like the location.
Yeah.
And then within that location, to the point of exhausts and, you know,
We,
all that.
we should say that there is a screening into the, like, outward facing of the downtown, that it's screened. So if you have a rooftop amenity deck and it's facing on the Benton side, for instance, right, that there's a wall that would cut off direct sight into the existing neighborhood. You can look towards Franklin, you can look towards Washington, you know, within the downtown, you can look across, but you can't look outward directly. Well, but you'll look out towards the inward facing, not outward, because then you can be looking right into somebody's backyard. That's gonna be the challenge, right?
Yeah.
I'm not talking into the mic.
575 Benton.
Oh,
575 Benton. Yeah, no, you're good.
So, yeah, so that building, they do have a rooftop deck, and it's only for residents, but isn't the appeal that you can, you know, look out at the mountains and the valley and the beautiful scenery?
It is, but there's a balance, right? The balance is, yes, we want them to have some views, but no, we don't want them looking into the backyards of the existing residents,
I
right?
agree with
So-
that, but
Yeah.
Deborah, I
Set
think
back
that.
Quite a bit, because there's the plaza there, it's set back quite a bit, so it's a little different, but
Although there are some decent vantage points up there facing northwest.
Yeah, if
but-
you're facing the mountain, like, I'm with you, you know, you see the peak and all that, that's away from the quad. So you're looking out east.
I think what I'm going to add is just that the sensitivity should be considered when putting in amenity deck, you know, rooftop amenities and decks
Right.
for the existing surrounding neighborhood, and that it's going to be a project by project. It's not like it's a hard rule. It's just what makes sense, and hopefully when they're reviewing the project, they're actually looking at the drawings.
But again, if it's on Benton, I mean, one of the items that you just mentioned, Adam, was being able to have that connection to the pedestrian. So I'm walking down the street, I can see or experience that rooftop bar or whatever it is. You don't want that on Benton Street, right? So do we need to limit this on the Franklin side so that it becomes?
Well, so what I didn't want is, though, that the occupant-only rooftop amenities would face Franklin, right?
Yeah, I'm not talking occupant, I'm talking public, just.
Public,
strictly the
public.
The public, any public rooftop entity.
They should all face Franklin, or on the corner of Franklin and
Franklin, yeah.
Washington, or something like that.
Staying away from the housing units or whatever. Because again, it's light, sound, different things like
I
that.
think you're going to have to screen.
I wanted to make a comment. If we only have one great hotel in the downtown, we should absolutely make sure it's a rooftop bar. Because if other developers decide, I have liabilities, I have a concern about these things you mentioned, we would never have a rooftop bar. But at least that hotel will absolutely give us that public access to a rooftop bar. So we should just make that mandatory.
I mean, whether it has a terrace or not, there is a bar up there. I mean, it still could be a restaurant at the top or a bar, and they don't always have to.
Can we require hotels to have rooftop amenities?
Yeah, well, yeah.
Don't know if we can do that. I'm going to ask. I really don't think we can.
Yeah. Let's try.
I'm going to ask.
Let's see what sticks. I'm going to put should have
Get a little
roof.
competition going, we'll do it.
Rob and I were just talking about the top of the mark, how lovely it would be to have something like that in our downtown, like a special occasion hotel.
Of what?
The top of the mark in San Francisco.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I love that.
I'm just hoping they build a hotel at Gateway, because there is one slated for that. Be nice to get one. Rena's heard me ask for it, I think, 100 times, but I have yet to get one developer to actually build it, so. But we at least have one approved. That's a start.
I thought that was phase 2.
It was phase 1, but something
Now
happened.
it's phase 1.5.
It's all right, we got affordable housing for it.
We're set to 13.6.
All right, 13.6, let's keep moving. We're so close. All right, Art should, get ready. This is all you. Deborah, Art should have a point system to allow a reviewer to quantify if the requirement has been met. This would allow us to weigh the priorities of the community. We can use the system to quantify when the developer exceeds the requirements and is able to increase the building height to the bonus levels. If the points do not amount to the required total, then the review and the approval of the Arts Commission is required. All appeals sent to City Council need to discuss and finalize. So kind of really keeps going back to, we really have to have some kind of quantifiable measure to measure what is the city getting in return for allowing the bonus to be used. And I think it's really just a matrix, but it all comes down to dollars and cents. Because otherwise, I mean, everybody can say this bottle is a piece of art, that, I put a little painting, my kid's painting up there, and that's a piece of art. I mean, we all know, right? I mean, I think a matrix is the easiest way. Like, hey, you provide an additional 5% affordable housing, it counts as a point system, and you get enough points, then you get the sliding scale up from 6 to 9.
And the points being dollars.
I mean, we just simplify, but yes, essentially dollars convert to points, right? Because what I don't want
that initial evaluation, is there, some kind of curator? You're saying it can be appealed to, or let's see, if it doesn't meet the required total, then it goes to the Cultural Commission, but who determines the point value and the threshold before that?
Well, so the idea is that the matrix will cover 99% of it, right? That hopefully we're not getting into this a bunch of review process, because it's pretty clearly drawn. Like, hey, if you do a mural at this size, you get X amount of points, and then, okay, however it goes, or affordable housing. The idea is I'm sure we're gonna get somebody, some applications to say that there's more value than what is perceived by that matrix. And so I'm just trying to give an opportunity that, yes, you can go and challenge that you do meet the requirement, but somebody needs to be there to evaluate that okay, because we're not gonna be able to pick every single different thing, right? You could say a sculpture, you could say, a painting, whatever, but there's so much variety that I don't want
I
to.
like this whole list.
What?
From Lance, yeah, this whole list from Redwood City.
Yeah, we put that in there to kind of help out, right? So we don't really know, but we know there's got to be something here, right? And it just needs to really be a little bit more quantifiable. That's all. Just so that they understand what the expectation is to get the bonuses, and we understand what we're expecting for what we're offering.
So I'm going back to my question, who is going to develop or recommend that point value and system, evaluation system and threshold?
Leslie? I mean, we can do it. I'd be happy to make them. I'd be happy to make a matrix. And Deborah, if you want to take it to the Cultural Commission and do the art section of it and create an evaluation, we can always. And then you guys can talk to legal about it.
Yeah. Well, it probably makes sense for the Cultural Commission to weigh in on.
What I'm saying is there's other things like affordable housing, like if they give more than the required 15%. There's more in the bonus than, do you rehabilitate an historical structure? What is that worth? I mean, how do you, because that's the problem, and I've already seen it with the first applicant, which is, they've already exceeded the bonus, right? Their application exceeds even the bonus, but there's no mention of what they're offering to achieve and get that bonus, right? They're just saying, we deserve the bonus. And I can see that if that's the first, I think that's gonna be all, right? I mean, at least that's all I have to, So I think we need to lead by giving them what the expectation is, and then there's always the ability to challenge to say that they are providing more than what is perceived, but I think putting a little thought into it is well worth it.
Yeah.
So I'm fine with making it. I just don't, you want to take on the art piece, think about it?
I thought we had at one point discussed doing some research for other cities who've already done this and brought those proposals to the table and then review them.
So that's what I did with Redwood Cities here.
Yeah.
All this red is Redwood Cities.
Right. And is this just, when we're talking about the community bonus, are we just talking about community bonus monies going to public art? Are we talking about public spaces, public facilities?
it's all, that's why I'm saying, I think a
And
matrix.
that'll all be incorporated into this.
Each project, right, could contribute something different, right? That's the idea, and based on its unique circumstances, the developer's understanding of what they're familiar with and what they think is valuable, and we want to give them a mirage of options, right, that they can select from, so that we're not closing off, because the whole intent is, we get more, they get more. Everybody wins.
So just to clarify, the developer would get the bonus and they would decide where the bonus would go with our.
They would.
So if I was a developer and said, I'm going to put a piece of public art, the public art for approval would go through the Cultural Commission. But can we go, no, we don't want you to do a piece of public art. We would rather have you do a park or
I think we would have to
else.
specify that in what we're saying, like this matrix. Otherwise, it would be implied that they would have flexibility.
Yeah. And I think so my understanding originally was we do the community benefit, there would be a pot of money, and then somebody, and we had talked about the city or whatever, would then determine how that money gets.
That was one of the ideas. I don't know if it went very far.
Infrastructure to do.
Okay, my point is, just as long as we've clearly clarified how that process works, because I agree with you with other things. If you leave it muddy, we're going to end up, as we've seen before, we saw it in San Jose, my public art is in my conference room on the 14th floor, and
I think,
Which, that's why Lance Fung says it has to be accessible 24 hours. I mean, public art has to be accessible to the public 24 hours.
But my question is, are we only applying this to public art?
so what I think Butch is asking, so I think creating a matrix of how to evaluate, right?
And what the
provide
projects can
bonus.
be.
And then I think we should have a high level of, out of those items, which is like historical, restoration and
Rebuild or.
rehabilitation, art, affordable housing, all of those things, we should say we want, overall across the 10 blocks, we're looking for like 20% of projects to feed this, 30% of projects to feed. I think we should have goals, and so that will help define the decision makers.
To me, this is a bit challenging.
It is
because
It is challenging, very
We are
challenging.
expecting the private development to really implement the plan, the placemaking, right?
Yep.
And so where we're getting a lot of the placemaking is through this, community benefit, right?
Can I just say
Some of
one
it.
thing really quick? So we have two separate things here. We have community benefits that allow you to take advantage of the bonus. But the plan also is requiring art to be a part of projects that aren't utilizing the bonus, every
Correct.
project.
Correct.
So just to be clear.
Yes.
Yes, we're not talking about that. They still have to implement all of the rest of it, which is in here. This is going
wanted
above and
extra,
beyond, and this
what's
is
that
like
metric?
putting in, perfect example, right? Somebody could say putting in a sculpture and we could get a, 6-foot ball, concrete ball that's sitting there. I think it squirts water, I don't know. But is that art? Sure it is art, but is it really valuable art? That's I think where I'm trying to get to is like making sure that we don't just get stuck with art,
Yeah,
or stuck with,
and I
Well,
agree with that. But
That's the benefit of, if you read the ordinance that was mainly written by Lance Fung, it, first of all, it defines, what an artist is. That's important. It's somebody that works, that's for a living doing that. It's not a fabrication office, place that does 10 of the same thing. So that's a good thing, but this always gets back to Adam and you and I were talking, it's just, we need to lean on WRT and I think Sargent in particular, because, what has Oakland done? They need to get all their resources and put it in a nice little tight package and tell us, okay, this is what we're seeing.
Right.
Well, we can talk till we're blue in the face.
I agree with Lance's definition of art, what it is and is not.
Yeah.
I know he's really an expert at that.
Yeah.
But I think that, as you're saying, Rob, we need to clearly articulate, let's just say, and, going from my imagination here, that we set a threshold of 50 points to be eligible for some kind of bonus.
Yeah.
So would a certain kind of art be worth 25 points and another element like affordable housing would be worth 25 points, or, how are we going to make it so that's something that can be achieved, proposed and achieved by the developer?
Well, that's why I want to lean on Sargent for that, because, I mean, again, we're doing one city here. They've done dozens of I mean,
Yeah, we should ask them. I mean, I'm gonna take a crack at like thinking about a matrix of, taking the items that we said in the beginning of this, the precise plan on what is important to us to constitute a bonus, right? Historical preservation, art installation, affordable housing, those items, and kind of start like a chart and just try to figure out how it is, and then I'll send it out through Leslie and we can all kind of brainstorm and then get some ideas from WRT as well, obviously, right?
Yeah.
Hopefully they have some experience and they can help us. Lena, again, I think clarity and being upfront is going to be the key to the success of the plan. I mean,
And that includes, we've talked about the Arts Common District. So if we have an outdoor stage area that needs support, that's some of those things that never get built because there's no money. So I just want to make sure when we're talking public art, housing and things, those types of things are also
not just
included.
art.
It's not art.
It's not just art.
Necessarily art, but it's a public performance space. It's I
Venue.
mean, it could be even like, which we wouldn't do here, a gazebo or something could be considered.
And I would just say, so we're looking for someone to build something.
Could be, public space, yes.
And then, of course, we are looking for a downtown association type entity that will program, right? So we're looking for the infrastructure to get built for
As a part of this community benefit, right. We might want to have a common plaza of something that
And somebody who
I also wanted to mention, because we've got so many museums in the city, I mean, the Triton is underutilized, a lot of people don't even know it exists unless they've been there, and they think, oh, this is so cool, it's like this little secret gem. Just to say, sorry, it's hard to say with the mask, that's a beautiful museum, too. I mean, you all have incredible historic archives on the campus that we all dream about seeing one day. I mean, what you could do with that in exhibitions throughout the downtown and just sharing the history of Santa Clara. Santa Clara University is rich with those kind of artifacts. Seriously.
Artifacts.
Artifacts, but, what a treat for children or, multi-generational groups to come by and go, there's an exhibit from Santa Clara U in our downtown.
Yeah.
On the Ohlonies or something. We're like, I'm going, So there's tremendous resources that we're not tapping into, and we really should be.
And again, it's that community benefit money that could do that. They could
Public
spend,
history, yes.
take that empty retail spaces and say, let's do something like that. It's always who's going to pay for it. So I want to make sure that we're encompassing as much as possible.
Can we have them, it's not a donation, contribute towards the infrastructure fund? We don't have a nexus. I love government.
Yeah, if there's a nexus, so if we establish the infrastructure we need, right, and there's a nexus, each unit pays an equitable share toward.
Well, no, but I'm saying for the bonus, like if they want to say, I'll give you $10 million to build 4 more floors, and you can have it for your infrastructure needs, is that something that's a possibility? Well, because we don't have the money to build all the sidewalks and the streets. So I'm just trying to figure out.
So.
What?
Just make all the sidewalks art.
I mean, development in California pays for itself. So it's awkward to say that we won't have the money for the infrastructure that the development is generating. They should be paying for it. Now, we might be asking for enhanced stuff, right? Like nicer looking sidewalks.
Your expectation is if they're going to build out a block, that they're going to improve halfway to the city street all the way around.
Yeah, and then usually we get like a reimbursement mechanism so that when the next developer comes in, they reimburse for the work
next
that's
one,
happened.
and all so forth and such.
Yeah.
Well, when you said infrastructure, I thought you meant more like they contribute money to somebody who's going to be responsible for that kind of programming and evaluating art or being.
No, I meant like the physical infrastructure
Okay.
getting built.
Yeah.
And really, this is basic stuff like lighting, sidewalks,
Okay. Because when you said
Water.
infrastructure, I was thinking about somebody's going to need to curate the public spaces.
She's saying-
Is that going to be Parks and Rec? I know the city doesn't have
curating?
any kind of staff
Yeah, we don't
position
have,
for that.
yeah, the city does not have any funding for that, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think, or a mechanism. So,
Right, and that's
some
what I
need
meant
to form
by-
a association bid,
Yeah.
that would be essentially taxing themselves for that
Yeah,
communal
somebody needs to be
benefit.
the
Program.
custodian
For
of
programming.
that money that's
Yeah.
received as part of the
Or if
bonus
there's a desire
evaluation.
for enhanced, like, cleaning, I know a lot of downtowns have that too. But that would have to be really established through like a business improvement district, an
We talked about that
association.
early on, but it hasn't come
Yeah.
up again in a really long time, so.
But I think it's important because it would be fun to build a stage, but if nobody, if it's just your neighbors getting up with their guitar and playing whenever they want to,
My neighbors are fairly
buskers.
talented.
yeah.
But it's general common area. It could be a nice
Yes,
fountain.
yeah,
It could be.
still,
But
to build
you always
it.
get to that point where we want to do this, and it's like, who's going to pay for it? I'm not paying for it. So having that funds available, whatever it may be, to be able to say, I need $2 million to develop this public area is important.
Yeah, but you're saying there's really no opportunity to have like a slush fund like they did, because there's no way to manage it, right? So we have to really like hone in on getting them to do the improvement, build the stage, put the infrastructure in, put all the lighting. Okay. No, I just want to make sure I kind of summarize the conversation, so. All right, well, we made it through.
Can I just say, I think the question of how the bonus gets valued and is super important. It's probably not this document, but we're gonna get what we. It's an incentive structure, and ideally it's tied to actual costs, but it's also, that's pretty hard, so.
I'm taking March off, so I think this is going to be on my to-do list.
Nice. I think the pressure for a lot of this is try and make sure that we don't end up making mistakes in the future, and so much of this stuff gets pushed to staff to negotiate in the development agreement on these large-scale projects, which is one way to do it. So finding that sweet spot where there's enough guidance that we're actually getting what we want, whether it's the open space or the additional affordable housing, there are really different costs associated with different pieces, and we will get what we incentivize.
Yeah, or subsidized retail. No, I think it's a great point. So I think, yeah, we need to create something. And I mean, I was thinking it could go in this document, but it's more of like, I think it has to be more something clearly defined on a single page, like a matrix, where it's like, hey, you're doing this gets you this much, this gets you the next much, this is the next, and so forth, right? I mean, being very clear. I mean, out of all my negotiations with developers for the city, every single one of them said, I just want to know the rules before I engage. So it's like, this is the time to give them the rules before they engage, so that way they understand what the expectations are, what the rewards potentially are, and,
And you all probably know this, but like land is the most valuable thing that someone can offer that's improved for the public, right? If someone could put something beautiful on a building, but we all see it and it's art and it's great, but in terms of like value, can people hang out in a space? That's what gets usurped by development, right? And privatized. So that's just thoughts for how you value, public benefit.
Absolutely. All right, we'll go to the public for the last two pages. Let's go from 12-4A onwards. So let's see here. If anybody from the public would like to speak, please raise your hand. We'll allow you to provide comments. I don't see anybody from the public. And no one is here, so we will close public comment and we will move on. There are no additional comments from the DCTF members on this, I'm assuming, right? Okay, so we'll move to public presentations, comments. Is there anyone that would like to address the task force on items that are not on tonight's agenda? Please raise your hand if you're in the... Nice. I see no one. I have one thing that I'd like to bring up. So, post office, we talked about it multiple times about getting it designated historical. It will need a DPR report, historical resource evaluation. We've obtained a one proposal just to get an idea of what that would cost, and would like to ask council to include that in this effort so that the parcel can be rezoned in this effort, since we are rezoning the entire 10-block area.
And I would like to suggest that you maybe start with our Historical and Landmarks Commission with this request. They have their own budget for work, and I know this is something, and I'll let Anna talk, that they would be interested in.
We've been talking about it for a while at the commission, and Rebecca is looking into it and speaking to the city attorney about this, because there's some legal aspect to this, because it's a federally owned property. In fact, the post office owns most of the most amazing historical properties in this country, you know, and it's very important that we do it in their format, and there are multiple layers and steps to the process. So she is actually talking to the attorney to see what that's going to take in order to get this process started. And at the end of the day, they could say, we don't want to do that, you know, so we can't force it on them, but we can find out what our options are.
We can rezone any land we want.
Yeah, Anna, I think I'm providing a little more clarification, but Leslie, if I say something incorrectly, please correct me. So I think that a proprietor cannot be designated on our historic resources inventory unless they accept that designation.
That's correct.
We can study it so that we have that analysis and the information, but and that's helpful in different ways. You know, when a developer is building next to it, we may, in the wild world of the past, have discretion, and we could actually ask people to make some changes to be more sensitive because we have information. So I still think that even if, you know, the federal government owning the post office wouldn't want to be designated, we still have the right to study it.
We can, and we're starting that ball rolling, but again, you're right, we could hit a wall with the federal government on that too. But we'll be ready for when the opportunity presents itself. That's important too.
But you could create a land use designation that says that it would only be usable for X, Y, and Z purpose at certain densities.
Like a post office?
Like a post office, or a post office at a, there's ways of streamlining the options, whether they like it or not.
I think there's twofold, right? I think there's the historical listing it as a resource, which I'm not asking to do. My thing is I want it zoned HT. So what we are doing and what we've been asked to do is rezone the 10 blocks, and this falls within our purview of doing that. I don't think HLC can rezone the property.
No, they can't, but they could help. You know, your goal is to study the structure. I know it's also a goal of our HLC. So advocating for them to use their budget to pay.
My
for
goal
an
is to
analysis.
rezone it, not.
Okay, step one is to do the analysis.
So how much
right?
money do we have left?
But could you zone it without having the property designated as historical? Could that just be the land use designation
We
for that
should probably get some
parcel?
more information from the attorney on this one.
And can they do it fast enough to be included in August? Because it needs to be included. Because we know that you guys are busy, and rezoning something that we just rezoned doesn't make any sense.
Wait, so, sorry, there's just a lot going on. So we don't need to rezone because we're doing a form-based code of zoning here right? We're rezoning right now.
But we don't want it rezoned downtown, because then it could be leveled.
The historic combining district.
It can be
The
leveled.
specific
Yes,
post office.
correct. Because it is the last surviving building
Right.
of the original
Could we
downtown.
put that in the zoning document? That just the post office is HT?
Yeah, I think we can, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm open to ideas, but I
Yeah.
want to make sure that it is zoned to where it
And
cannot be leveled.
HT, you've looked at HT to see that that's
I'm going to see
the
if
right
it's okay, hold on.
district for this?
We can include that in the research that Rebecca's doing as far as that.
So if it's historical, can it be moved? Is it the land that's being?
No.
Or the building?
If it's the land, it's the land.
It's where it sits, so no, it would,
We know historic buildings have been moved.
yes.
It is the last piece.
It's going to be, it's easy,
So it's the land and,
Oh, longer.
land and the structure.
land and the building. Yeah, that's what I thought.
I mean, look at Berkeley. They've been struggling with the federal office over there. I mean, Google it. You'll see like so many of these properties are.
And I guess the reason why I'm bringing this up as such a concern is that the state, that you said, is removing as many hurdles as possible, and historical is one of them that they are trying to go after. So the longer we take to identify what we find important, and to us, is only allowing more opportunity for them to basically undermine and just allow it to be open season. So, it has been brought up multiple times by the community. People have reached out to me outside of this meeting to really make sure that the post office remains, and people are nervous that, with all these tall buildings and where we have it even in the plan, we show it basically going up. So it is a problem.
We're on it.
So I'm just trying to capture it. So I don't think we need it now, but I mean, I do know we should have some additional funds left that we had asked for from the city, from the council before, for if we had some overages. And so I'd like to know what we have left, and this is a minimal cost.
I have not had time to do this.
It's okay.
analysis. I know we have used some for the environmental work, so.
That's fine.
But again, as I just to make you aware that this is not in our scope of work.
If we're rezoning the property, which we are.
I mean,
it is in
the
our-
historic analysis is not part of our scope of work, so that's why I'm suggesting
And I'll go back to council. I will-
talking to HLC because they are already moving that ball.
Then move it. You have until August to move it, or the plan will stall.
But you're going to check to see
Doesn't make any
if
sense.
the historic
can apply
designation of
Why are
the
we
building
dividing
is
and conquering?
required.
Why are we not just conquering?
Yes.
I'm getting a little frustrated, to be honest, Leslie. You're not explaining why we need to go down this route when we are here to rezone the properties, all land, 10 blocks, which is a requirement for HT to have a historical research. We should have been doing this a long time ago.
So as a part of this process, we can rezone the property. We could, in this form-based code, say only a post office can be here. That's a possibility. I think what you're looking for is the extra protection of historical designation, right?
Correct.
We need an analysis. I'm going to check with the city attorney, just a quick read of the HT zoning district. It doesn't say that it has to be a historic landmark. It says its intent is to be one. But again, I'm going to let them advise me on that. But to get the post office on our historic resources inventory and designated historical, which HT will provide some protection, but to provide the extra protection that I think you're looking for, we need that analysis to start, and then hope that the federal government would agree to designate itself on our inventory.
So just so I'm clear, so what you're saying is by August, it's got to be HD?
Yes.
I would like to rezone.
Yes.
Because it's within the 10 blocks, and we are rezoning it. I do not want it to be downtown rezoning, because that opens up open season for
The state.
redevelopment. No, redevelopment. It's not protected. So somebody could come in and say, well, it's downtown, so we're going to level it. And by the time anybody has any chance to make the argument with the way the state is going and, the housing needs, it's going to be lost, and we're going to lose the last piece that we actually have. And it's going to be very frustrating. We're all going to be standing around watching, why didn't we make a bigger push? So I'm making the push.
I think the HT is a good idea for now, because it's quickest, but in the long haul, we should continue with the process of trying to make it. And like I said, if you just Google Berkeley and any other California post office that's been working on this for 25 years, it's difficult to get it done, but it can be done.
Yeah, all I'm looking for is the zoning. It's designating as a historical structure is not part of our thing, but the zoning is within our purview. And so I'd like to know the budget. I'd like to know what it's going to take to zone it HT so that we can go get this stuff done and make it happen.
Have you
Please.
called Washington?
Zoning at HT is within our current scope, as long as I get advice that that is applicable. So we don't need any money to rezone. But
You can zone it HT?
We need the
even zoning
analysis.
HT. yeah.
Oh, well, why didn't you just say that?
I did.
No, you didn't.
I did.
No, we started out with this discussion on getting a historic
Getting
analysis,
yeah,
right?
and that's
then,
where-
And then Matthew Reed said, hey, what about the land use? What about the zoning? And then we were like, oh, well, yeah, maybe we could rezone
It
the
says-
site. We are zoning now, rezoning now, right?
We can rezone it HT without
Well,
it being.
I'm going to confirm.
Okay,
with
you're
the
going to
attorney,
confirm.
Because the description
Until then,
says
I'm going to stay
intent.
on it. Sorry, Leslie.
Even if we can't rezone to HT, we are rezoning. I mean, if you read through the form-based code and, we want to put something else in there specific to the post office, that's something we can include.
Yeah,
But I know you
mean,
like HT because
the
it's
the
built
problem
in
is
with
too,
those
we have, I mean,
protections.
yeah, one of the challenges is we don't have a strong enough code for demolition or demolition by neglect. It's like $1,500.
Yeah.
So it's pretty minimal. So again, based on historical happenings of what has happened and knowing that the fee, I would much rather pay $1,500 than wait for an approval if I was the builder. I just see it as a catastrophic fail on this, on all of us if we don't make sure that's protected. So hopefully they never sell it. But, they might need money more than we do here pretty quick, so who knows? All right, that was it. Thank you. So you'll follow up?
Yes,
Thank you.
about your zoning to HT.
Thank you.
absolutely.
Yeah, the HLC can do the historical registration and all that. That's not what I'm diving into. It's just the protection
Does
of the
provide you
zoning.
extra protection.
I know it does, but that is not in our purview. The zoning is in our purview.
You got it, correct.
Thank you. I'm not asking for, yes. I will help you guys do your thing. Thank you.
There we go.
All right. Sorry if I misunderstood. Is there a motion to adjourn? Oh, wait. Status of the project schedule, Leslie.
Hold on. Oh, you did public presentations.
I almost missed your favorite part.
Well, would public be able to comment on that, what we just talked about? Did you ask the public?
Is there anyone, I can ask, is there anyone from the public who would like to comment on that conversation about, oh, Patricia? Oh, no. Oh. I'm sorry, we're close. Sorry, but God, look at Butch's eyes, man. Hang tight, Patricia. Leslie's plugging in her computer.
Oh, my goodness.
Patricia, hello, Patricia, welcome.
Oh, now I gotta remember what I was trying to say. Um, so for on the historic, like if there's interest in doing a survey and actually get the property listed, I am supportive. And I think like for on the HLC standpoint, we can funding wise, we can actually go try to get grants for it. We actually got some money from state last year, but we weren't sure from the city attorneys like what we can actually apply it for. So that that may be something that we can actually utilize that funding for. Um, yeah, so that's kind of my main point. I want to make sure like if there's going to be a change in zoning in the property, we want to make sure we don't block any other effort for protection if we were to do more in the future from the city standpoint. So I just want to kind of want to add that in there and make sure we have that discussion. So thank you.
Thank you, Patricia. Do you mind? Do you know if there is any zoning that could block it, based on your
Not that I
experience?
know of in particular. Oh, and I forgot to mention, I actually went to CPF training this morning. I think Anna went to. The one of the things that they mentioned, like while doing downtown precise plans, this is actually a really good time for us to update the inventory for HRI. And if there's some way to kind of like add this into the effort, it would be great. I'm also going to mention like if we were to start this from an HLC standpoint, we're not going to make August. So that's it.
Yeah, I think it was my misunderstanding on what Leslie was saying, although she needs to check. All I'm looking for is the zoning, because that's all we have, but we'll
Yeah.
assist with the historical designation outside of this.
Yeah,
I would just
HLC is
say,
going to be supportive of this. So yeah.
I would just say that protecting the property is important. Preserving it, of course, is the number one thing. But how you develop sensitively around it is also important. And that doesn't happen just from how we zone that site, right? It's from a report and, an assessment. So there's still value, obviously, in getting it studied. Definitely getting it listed is worth all of it. It's just time.
Yeah, and that's the important point because like I was looking at actually all the new housing laws from the state this morning, and one of the main thing about protecting a specific properties is to get it listed in some way, local listing and state and national. Once you have that listing, it basically all of those laws have language to say how do you treat that property and the surrounding development around it based on um the status of that property. So like we should get the property listed at some point.
But that's why the evaluation right now can happen. The
You
historic
have to do it first, yes.
I just don't see why we would wait.
Well, they need to do it. If we don't need the evaluation to rezone it, then that's fine. We don't need it. Then we'll help them, HLC, right, finish off their piece, right? Again, this is it's more of a parlay, it sounds like.
I just care what the fastest way to get the evaluation done.
Yeah, and put any kind of protection in place. Well, I just don't want it to be open season.
Well, in addition-
Once we rezone it, and yes,
I'm already assuming that, but I'm just saying getting the evaluation done as soon as possible. Again, state law, they're changing staff notes.
what's it zoned as now?
It's like the Wild West again.
Civic? No, I think, is it civic? No, okay.
So
I don't know, I have to
And
look.
it doesn't matter who does the evaluation, as long as somebody does an evaluation, and we can use that for listing purposes is fine. So
Awesome.
if you want to take that on, I'm cool with it.
Leslie said that she wants you to take it on.
Correct.
Okay.
Leslie said
Boss.
correct. See, I did get
I'm
it. Finally, I got it,
Yeah,
I-
yeah.
Well, we have one proposal, so we
Well,
can
yeah,
share
we
that
just
with
got, because we
HLC.
thought, we'll try not to hold it up. We want to get done too, so, all right. Thank you, Patricia. I don't see any additional hands, so we'll move on. Is there a motion to adjourn? Oh, no, staff report. Sorry,
Yeah,
Leslie. I almost did it. You almost got away with it twice. So close. Schedule update.
Okay, I'm gonna share.
If, yeah, it died. Oh, just-
All right. So it's just a quick overview of the schedule of our outstanding precise plan, form-based code, EIR tasks. We're currently in process of refining the draft plan and form-based code. The environmental impact report was submitted to the city for our review. Our review is due back to the consultant on the 24th of February. And then they do have time to respond to comments and revise the EIR with our goal of public circulation starting at the end of March and going through May. Study sessions with the Planning Commission and City Council this spring, followed by Planning Commission in July and City Council in August. And then just an update for you, a reminder on our other work task, which is the City Hall relocation study. Staff did have our kickoff meeting in December with the consultant, and they are off doing their initial work. They are planning to come to the DCTF with some initial information for you all at the March 16th meeting. And just a little reminder below is the tasks that they have for that study, and they anticipate it to be a 6-month process, and we started at mid-December for this.
Thank you.
Any comments
Leslie.
or questions?
I don't see any. Thank you, Leslie.
Thank you.
All right, is there a motion to adjourn tonight's meeting of February 16th?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor of adjourning tonight's meeting, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. Motion carries. Meeting to adjourn. Next regular scheduled meeting of the DCTF on March 16th, 2023. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.